Senator Brian Hardin, District 48, Scottsbluff, Banner, Kimball Counties.
Good afternoon, Senator Jen Day, represent Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County.
John Lowe, District 37, Gibbon, Shelton, and Kearney.
I'm Megan Hunt, and I represent District 8 in the northern part of Midtown Omaha.
Senator Carol Blood, representing District 3, which is Western Bellevue and Eastern Papillion, Nebraska.
Our committee legal counsel is Elsa Knight, who is to my right, and our committee clerk is Raquel Dean, and she's to my left. Today and before all hearings, the agenda will be posted outside the committee hearing room. The senator introducing the bill will present first. Following and senators who serve on the committee are encouraged to ask questions for clarification. That said, the presenter and those testifying are not allowed to directly question senators serving on this committee. For purposes of accuracy, we ask each testifier to spell their name, state who they represent, if not yourself. If you're planning to testify today, please fill out a testifier sheet. They're on a table in the back of the room. Be sure to print clearly and fill it out completely. When it is your turn, come forward to testify and give the testifier sheet either to the page or the committee clerk. And if you are testifying today and you're in the back, feel free to move forward. If you do not wish to testify but would like to indicate your position on a bill, please fill out the sign-in sheets on the back table as well. This sheet will be included as an exhibit in the record. And your Urban Affairs Committee will use the light system to promote maximum engagement of those wishing to express their positions on proposed legislation before us. The light system will generally be 5 minutes with the green light and 1 minute with the yellow light. With the red light, you are asked to conclude. We will recognize proponents, opponents, and neutral testifiers. We will also acknowledge letters received from all concerned parties. Should you have handouts you wish to share, please share 10 copies or ask our clerk to make copies. The clerk will then distribute any handouts to all committee senators. Following all proponent, opponent, and neutral testimony, the bill's presenter is offered an opportunity to close and give their final remarks. As a committee, we will work diligently to get fair and full hearings. We will make every effort to accommodate special requests for assistance. At this hearing, we ask you to be respectful of the process to one another. And if you have a cell phone, please place it on silent or turn it off. Thank you.
We'll open up the hearing for LB 223, introduced by Senator McKinney. Welcome to your Urban Affairs Committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hunt and members of the Urban Affairs Committee. My name is Terrell McKinney, TERRELLMCKINNEY. I represent District 11 in the Legislature, North Omaha, and I'm here to present LB 223. In 2020, the Urban Affairs Committee and subsequently the Legislature adopted LB 866, otherwise known as the Municipal Density and Middle Housing Act. This bill pushed cities to implement measures to increase affordable housing, utilizing the grant also included in the legislation. A major piece of LB 866 was to require cities with more than 20,000 residents to submit a report to the Urban Affairs Committee every 2 years, showcasing their attempts at incentivizing affordable housing. LB 223 creates a couple of changes. First, under current law, cities must submit a report detailing its efforts to address the availability of affordable housing. The report currently must include efforts to adopt an affordable housing action plan. LB 223 would allow for cities to alternatively include in their reports efforts to implement an affordable housing action plan after such plan is adopted. This will allow for flexibility, especially as smaller towns may struggle under current law to report on immediate changes. Secondly, LB 223 would also require cities to electronically submit their affordable housing action plan to this committee. This is a simple change that will improve communications between cities and our legislature. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman McKinney. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for the introduction. I'll invite up the first proponent testifier for LB 223. Anyone here to testify in support? Seeing none, anyone here to testify in opposition? Any opponents? Seeing none, anyone here to testify neutral? Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hunt and members of the Urban Affairs Committee. My name is Christy Abraham, CHRISTY ABRAHAM, representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. Senator McKinney did a great job of summarizing sort of the history of this and what this bill does. I am not going to lie to this committee ever and tell you we were not terribly thrilled with the original bill that was introduced. But the League worked with this committee and came up with a compromise that was contained in LB 866. And so it was something that we really felt our larger municipalities, those of 20,000 population or over, would be able to handle. And so I reached out to some of the municipalities to ask them about what they felt about these two changes that are contained in this bill. And the report I got back was, we can do this. This is no problem. We're happy to do it. I think this is the year that the cities are going to come before this committee and give their reports about how they're doing on affordable housing. And we look forward to that. We think they're doing a great job, and I hope you will enjoy hearing the reports from all of the municipalities. So with that, I will stop. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thanks
Thanks.
for being here today.
Thanks so much.
Anyone else here to testify neutral in LB 223? Seeing none, Senator McKinney, you're invited to close. Senator McKinney waives closing. With that, I'll close the hearing on LB 223 and we'll move on to LB 6 with Senator Blood. I'll turn it back over to Chairman McKinney.
You can start. Sorry.
So good afternoon, Chairman McKinney and members of the Urban Affairs Committee. Did I say McKinney or Committee?
Huh?
Did I say your name right?
I think so.
All right. My name is Senator Carol Blood, CAROL, B as in boy, LOOD as in dog. And I represent District 3, which is the western half of Bellevue and eastern Papillion, Nebraska. I appreciate the opportunity to bring forward LB 6, which regulates applications to conditional use permits, also known as CUPs, or city redevelopment contracts. In all counties in the state, the County Planning Commission may grant conditional uses or special exceptions to property owners for the use of their property if the County Board of Commissioners or Supervisors has officially and generally authorized the Commission to exercise such powers and has approved the standards and procedures the Commission adopted for equitably and judiciously granting such conditional uses or special exceptions. The granting of a conditional use permit or special exception shall only allow property owners to put their property to a special use if it is among those uses specifically identified in the county and zoning regulations as classifications of uses, which may require special conditions or requirements to be met by the owners before a use permit or building permit is authorized. So the intent of LB 6 is to prohibit municipalities, counties, and other community development agencies from granting a conditional use permit or a city redevelopment contract to any developer more than 180 days delinquent in the payment of real property taxes. This legislation requires any RFPs by Community Redevelopment Authority or Community Development Agency to state that no redevelopment contract be granted to a developer delinquent in the payment of any real property taxes owed to a city. There is an ability for the city planning commission or a planning director to grant a waiver if the delinquent taxes owed are in dispute, on appeal, or the result of administrative error. Alton in Meade, Nebraska was a recent example where a company should not have been granted a CUP. Instead, despite being delinquent in paying property taxes and owing $518,000 in back payments of real property taxes to Saunders County, it was granted a CUP. In addition, Alt-N was granted $200,000 in CARES Fund dollars by the Department of Economic Development. So frankly, before the state enters business with a developer or other party, I think we need to make sure these entities are paying their property taxes to the state when there are no clear hurdles to them doing so. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to engage with businesses that cannot maintain minimum due diligence of paying taxes, and I don't think it bodes well for the state and future projects with said parties. So you might be asking yourself, and I know at least one of you is, why should we care about past due property taxes? Well, let's use Alton again as the example. Their inability to keep up with paying their property taxes really foreshadowed their future environmental polluting practices at their ethanol plant in Meade, Nebraska. It's been very well documented at this point. The environmental disaster Alton's illegal practices have caused for Nebraskans in the surrounding area, and the years of cleanup and possible health side effects citizens of Saunders County will suffer. The fact that Alton couldn't pay their property taxes should have been a clear red flag that they would not be good partners with Nebraska's best interest in mind. Delinquent taxes should be a guardrail against future malevolent behavior by parties that wish to receive a CUP grant. Past legislative bodies clearly believed that delinquent property taxes were important enough to change state statute, specifically 77-1804. The result, if you go online to our state website, is 514 pages where 91 out of 93 counties have submitted their lists of delinquent property taxes. Counties are required to do this the first week of every February, and so the most recent list is actually quite current. It is often brought up in this body that Nebraskans pay high property taxes. With this knowledge, why are we not holding these businesses who are applying for CUP grants or redevelopment projects to the same standard as an average Nebraska taxpayer? The taxpayers in Nebraska are under enough pressure and don't need to be subsidizing the bill for projects on behalf of businesses that cannot put up their fair share. We need to take some responsibility and show that we have an expectation that we will treat everyone fairly. Many deride Nebraskans who are dependent on the welfare system in our state, despite many being employed and still requiring assistance for medical and food needs. Yet we don't hear enough about businesses taking advantage of our state and taxpayers and receiving subsidies. We have two sets of rules for the wealthy and the socioeconomically poor in this state. We talk about being more fiscally responsible in the state, and LB 6 addresses those concerns and makes sure that we are not subsidizing businesses that do not pay taxes and drain our local revenues. It should be a unifying issue that Nebraska does not grant tax incentives to excessively delinquent taxpayers and thus hurting our state economically. Some opponents will cite government overreach, but we are a Dillon's rule state, and Nebraska has the right to exercise powers that we inherently have. If an entity does not pay their property taxes, then as a state, we have the right to deny a loan or CUP. I'll end by opening today with a statistic. So the United States generates about $21 billion in delinquent property taxes. Much of this property ends up with liens attached, which creates a secondary issue if the property is sold or refinanced, if the liens have not been removed. I think it can be important to not only look at the issue at hand, but also how it affects our citizens as well. Here in Nebraska, if someone falls behind on property tax payments, no matter how small, the county treasurer's office offers up the outstanding tax liens to private bidders every March. From economic development to reduced income for area schools, snow removal, roads, and more, property taxes are really important to our political subdivisions. Nebraskans expect an even playing field for all when it comes to being a responsible taxpayer, and assume that we will hold big corporations to the same accountability that we would a homeowner making $45,000 a year. I thank you for your time today and consideration for LB6. I do encourage you to wait for additional questions in my closing because I respect your time today since we have a full agenda. But should they not be answered, I will be here obviously for my closing.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Law?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blood.
Mhm.
Have you brought a bill like this before?
I brought it before and we
I've
had
seen
concerns
it.
and we addressed the concerns. It's not the same bill. Yeah, absolutely, because I do believe that when you are in arrears, that you should have the same obligations that you and I have when it comes to paying our property taxes.
If a company has some dealings and they're in arrear of their property taxes because of that dealings, there's no exceptions in this?
As I said in my introduction, there is a waiver that is available, be it a long list of circumstances. So that was one of your concerns with the last bill, and that's why I addressed it in this bill. So there is a waiver process. So if there's a sincere reason that that person can't pay their property taxes that's legitimate, then those people that grant the CUPs or grant the exceptions, they can use that waiver process, and it's an easy process.
Thank you.
And with all due respect, 180 days is what, 6 months? So they have plenty of time if they're having issues on paying their property taxes to get in front of it. Because we also have processes put into state statute for them to fix it before it even gets to that point. Be it making payments, be it asking for an exception outside of this bill.
I'm just thinking of court terms.
Mhm.
If you make a payment, you will then realize that you may be at fault during your court.
I'm
So-
sorry, if you make a payment,
Yeah, if you make a payment towards something, then that is realizing that you are guilty and you are going to continue making that. I just,
oh, I see what you're saying, which is why we have the waiver process. I hear what you're saying.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Blood. I'll invite proponents. Any proponents? Anybody here in opposition?
Chairman McKinney, Senators, good afternoon. David Levy, D-A-V-I-D, L-E-V-Y, Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street in Omaha, testifying in opposition to LB 6 today on behalf of the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners, of which I'm also a volunteer board member. NACPO is an association with over 500 members who own millions of square feet of commercial property and hundreds of apartments, primarily in Omaha and Lincoln. I do want to say NACPO has been involved in and following this bill for some time, as we heard Senator Blood introduced a version of this bill previously, and we do appreciate that she has responded in LB 6 to a number of the comments and concerns that were addressed that came up out of that prior bill. However, the Association of Commercial Property Owners does still oppose this bill for a couple reasons. One, because it takes away local control. There's a saying in the land use world that all land use is local. And Senator Blood is right that Nebraska is a Dillon's rule state, which essentially in the land use context means that cities have only the powers that the legislature gives to them. And primarily where you see that in the land use arena with statutes is procedure. But in deciding whether to grant a conditional use permit, for example, that's a discretionary decision that is really left to the discretion of a city council. If they want to have tall buildings in their downtown, that's really up to that city council. If they want to have restaurants in a neighborhood, that's really up to the city council. Those decisions are very local decisions and are highly discretionary. This bill from the legislature, obviously, limiting a city's ability to grant conditional use permits when it desires to, infringes on that discretion that is really very fundamental and longstanding with regard to land use and development. The bill, as I mentioned, also singles out tax increment financing. There are lots of other incentive, lots of other programs, lots of other governmental approvals at the local level that this bill does not address. I'm not suggesting that it should address those, of course, but this bill is sort of shooting at one thing. When if the problem is delinquent property taxes, that's really a different thing. I know that the city of Omaha, for example, though, does on its TIF application ask the applicant to affirm on that application whether they are current on their property taxes. That's an example of a city dealing with this exact issue on its own without direction or requirement from the legislature. I also know of an instance in the city of Omaha where the city, this is probably 5 years ago, denied tax increment financing to an applicant. I don't believe the issue was delinquent property taxes. That may have been part of it, but it was more code violations, code enforcement. So that's an example of where a city has taken this exact issue and said, no, we're not going to give tax increment financing to a developer, an applicant who we don't think is doing the things that we think they should do. Cities have the ability to do this already. There are many nuances to this. There's lots of discretion involved in development decisions like tax increment financing, like conditional use permits. My fundamental ask to you is leave this to the cities to deal with. I understand the purpose for the bill. Again, I appreciate the amendments that have been made in the intervening time, but it still infringes on local control. It still singles out conditional use permits. It still singles out tax increment financing. The last point I would make is I wonder what is the remedy? So let's say I'm a developer and I'm delinquent on my property taxes and I get a conditional use permit anyway. Let's say the city, I don't know, somebody goes to look it up and they put in the wrong parcel number or something like that. And I go to a bank and I get a loan. And then the city comes and says, hey, you're delinquent on property taxes. The statute says we can't give you a conditional use permit. I don't know what happens to that developer under their loan at that point. Are they in default under their loan? Are they in default under their TIF loan or their redevelopment agreement? The remedies to this, the ultimate outcome to this, if it wasn't implemented properly for some reason, are potentially numerous. There's lots of unintended consequences. And cities and counties have in their municipal code and in their jurisdiction, by delegation under Dillon's rule from the state, the ability to enforce their own ordinances and their own zoning regulations. This is something that they can deal with at the local level, but without having a statute that may make them do something that goes way beyond what they actually want to do to deal with whatever was going on with that developer. So I think because of the infringement on local control, the potential for unintended consequences, and the sort of narrow approach of the bill at one thing, I would encourage the committee not to advance this bill. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I have one.
Yes, sir.
So you represent property management individuals?
I'm testifying on behalf of the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners.
Okay, so is it fair to assume that these property owners lease property or rent property out to people?
Correct.
So if somebody is leasing or renting from them and they're not on time with their rent or payments, would they be subject to evictions and things like that?
Typically, yes.
Okay, so but you in your statement, you want us to care that a property or developer got money, but because they got money on a loan, although they're delinquent on whatever, but we're supposed to disregard that, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that you're supposed to disregard that. I'm saying that if the legislature mandates by statute what this bill would mandate by statute, that could have unintended consequences, that including somebody potentially defaulting on a loan.
But isn't that their problem? You're defaulting on a loan because you are delinquent, not because it's not the legislature's fault that you're going to default on that loan. You're going to default on a loan because you're delinquent.
But I might would default on that loan because I was issued a CUP, a conditional use permit, that it turns out, maybe through no fault of my own as the applicant, that was contrary to this statute and what it would do.
But these property owners are evicting people who, to no fault of their own, a lot of times fall behind on payments. But they're evicted. They're not allowed to stay in their residence. They have to go to county court and try to fight eviction. So why should we care about developers?
My point, Senator, is that this bill could have numerous unintended consequences by interfering from the state level in what is fundamentally a local process and is very tried and true, and local jurisdictions have the ability to enforce their ordinances.
So should we interfere more in eviction processes?
I don't do landlord-tenant law, and this bill is not about that. I'm not going to get into that. I don't have the ability to get into it. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't think I could be very helpful to you on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing, you got one? No. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other opponents? Anybody here to testify in the neutral?
Good afternoon, Chairman McKinney, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Beth, B-E-T-H, Bazin, B-A-Z-Y-N, Farrell, F-E-R-R-E-L-L. I'm with the Nebraska Association of County Officials, and I'm appearing neutral on LB6. We'd like to thank Senator Blood for working with us on this bill, with our concerns that we had last year, and incorporating some of those things into the bill that you see here today. We believe that there is a broad public policy need for every property owner to pay their taxes, especially when people are coming in and asking for a special permission to do something, a conditional use permit, or for example, TIF. Being current on property taxes really demonstrates a commitment to the community and to making sure that local entities, cities, counties, and schools have the funding that they need for the distinctly local things that they do. Cities and counties take care of roads and streets and bridges. There's law enforcement, fire protection, and so on. All of those things need to be provided to every parcel, whether or not the taxes are current. And we think it's appropriate that taxes should be paid by everyone who is a property owner, especially when they're seeking some kind of special authority. So we're neutral on the bill, but we do support the broader public policy discussion. I'd be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Are there anyone else here to testify in the neutral?
Senator McKinney and members of the Urban Affairs Committee, my name is Christy Abraham, CHRISTY-ABRAHAM, representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. I don't know if you saw Beth and I back there doing rock, paper, scissors as to who gets to go first. She got to go first and basically said everything I wanted to say, probably much more eloquently than I would have said it. But here it is. We also want to thank Senator Blood. LB 695 was the bill from last year, and Senator Blood was very gracious about working with us to address a lot of the concerns that we had about that bill. Specifically, her bill last year dealt with more than just conditional use permits. It seemed like it dealt with other zoning exceptions as well, and so we narrowed it down to just conditional use permits. We also had that concern about the flexibility. What if someone hadn't paid their property taxes because there was some sort of administrative error, or they were disputing their taxes, or if it was on appeal, or there was some sort of issue that came up and that's why they hadn't paid their taxes. And so she put that language in just to give municipalities a little bit more flexibility on that issue. And we really appreciate that. Again, like NACO, we really support the intent of this bill. I think it's a good one. We want people to pay their taxes. And if you haven't paid your taxes, maybe you don't get to have a conditional use permit, or you don't get to have your TIF application accepted. The league will always be about local control, and that's why we come in neutral. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Senator, are there any other neutral testifiers? Seeing none, Senator Blood, you're welcome to come up. As she comes up, for the record, on LB 223, there was 1 proponent, 0 opponents, 0 neutral. On LB 6, there are 2 proponents, 0 opposition, 0 neutral. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So at the very beginning of the session, I was making the joke that a lot of the things that I've seen go through the legislature this year are rules for thee, but not for me. That's how I think of LB 6. We have separate rules for people with money compared to the average Joe on the street. And I don't think that that's acceptable, because it's the average Joe on the street that is paying the vast majority of the tax dollars that come back to the political subdivisions and to the state. And so with respect to Mr. Levy never spoke with me this year. And to my knowledge, he's not spoken to my staff. We do keep a roster of everybody that calls into our office, and I'm not finding his name on that roster. So to say that he appreciated us changing the bill from last year, and that we heard the words that he had to say in reference to this bill, I'm really have no idea who that gentleman is, and it's really a shame because we could have worked together over the summer on this bill. To say that it takes away local control, it actually does the opposite. All we're doing is we're setting guidelines, but because of the waiver system that is put into place, it actually gives them control over whether they want to accept that person as far as a CUP or redevelopment plan. It gives them permission to go ahead and move forward should they choose to do so. But if there's red flags, it also gives them that control to act upon it where they may not have felt that they had, based on some of the smaller communities we've talked to over the summer, that they didn't necessarily feel that they had that power to do that. As far as what would happen if there was some kind of mix-up, I don't know what happens now when there's a mix-up. Do they lose their loans? I don't think they do. I think that they probably work it out, especially if you're talking about a big corporate organization. I have to say that Senator McKinney probably put a light on that better than I could have. But I do think that we always say the sky is falling whenever we want to help the average Joe. But we are always very, very quick to give as many handouts as we possibly can for economic development, and well, we should. When are we going to protect our local municipalities, our political subdivisions? If you haven't gone to that page that shows all the property taxes that are in arrears in Nebraska, I strongly encourage you to do that before we vote on this bill, because I think you're going to be appalled. And when you see some of the bigger names of people who are behind, 180 days, that's 6 months. And I'm telling you, the vast majority of the big corporations, the big businesses that do it, it's not because somebody's sick. It's not because they've moved to a different country. It's because they're just choosing not to do it. So they have more flexibility that they can spend their monies on other projects or on other things or for themselves. I don't see any sob stories in those reports. What I see are people taking advantage of the system that we don't ever follow through on. So we're not trying to take away local control. What we're trying to do is give them more teeth to get the monies that are due to them, because especially in places like Western Nebraska right now, they're making decisions about whether they can even make their budgets work because they've had so much snow. And for those communities that are lucky enough to have rainy day funds, they'll be able to tap into them, but not all of our communities are that lucky. So we have to make sure that the funds that are due to our political subdivisions are paid. And we need to let people know that they can't take advantage of Nebraska when it comes to not paying your taxes. Because gosh darn it, I don't think any of us would ever be able to go 6 months and not pay our property taxes without repercussion. And again, I just want to state for Senator Lowe, there are plenty of things already put into state statute to protect people, things that they can do in their defense before they even get to the waiver process. So for some reason, you can't pay your taxes or you won't pay your taxes, you start with the county first, and that's even outside of this bill. All right.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks, Senator Blood.
Thank you.
And that closes the hearing on LB 6.
I'll just say LB 6 had 2 letters in support, no letters in opposition, and no letters from neutral testifiers. And I forgot to read before, the bill we just heard, LB 223 from Senator McKinney, that bill had 1 letter in support, 0 in opposition, and 0 neutral. And now we'll move on to LB 530 from Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hunt and members of the Urban Affairs Committee. My name is Terrell McKinney, Terrell McKinney, and I represent District 11 in the Legislature, North Omaha. And sorry. So we're here today to discuss LB 530. LB 530 would amend the Nebraska Housing Agency Act. If passed, LB 530 would allow housing agency elections wherein 2 commissioners are elected by the people of the housing agency. People elected to the role will serve for up to a 4-year term limit, meaning elections will occur every 4 years. The law currently holds that cities of every class appoint commissioners of local housing agencies. These commissioners are designated to serve for terms of 1 through 5 years. After 5 years have passed, commissioners are then appointed for terms of 5 years. To ensure fairness and to mitigate biases, commissioners for cities of the metropolitan class would be prohibited from holding office or employment within the same metropolitan city they are elected to serve. Details on the election process as well as removal process are outlined for the Metropolitan City Housing Agency Commissioner. To contextualize the purpose of the proposed amendments, note that there are currently more than 100 separate housing authorities across Nebraska. These range in size and population served. A vision of housing equity was intended by the 1999 Nebraska Housing Agency Act, which sought to provide both safe, livable residential homes and affordability of people of low and moderate incomes. The act also aimed to minimize physical deterioration in living spaces and upkeep to residential infrastructure. Since my time in the legislature, though, I've heard many complaints about the Omaha Housing Authority and its treatment of residents and staff. From a lack of cultural competency to a pseudo dictatorship that micromanages staff, residents having issues with hot water, inadequate staffing. For instance, those in charge of maintenance and pest control, last month towards the end of the year, there was a lack of staff in the maintenance area and pest control. And because of this, a young lady had to come from out of state to assist her father who was dealing with a bad bed bug problem. The management of the OHA properties have not been great, especially in the towers, which if you walk through those, it looks inhumane a lot of times. It doesn't look good for anybody. There also have been issues with layoffs of many long-term staff, which many believe were in retaliation for speaking up and speaking out about the issues with the housing authority. Also want to note Amendment 494, which requires the executive director of the housing agency to reside in the county. To me, it's important to have somebody from the county or the city of Omaha to be in charge of the housing authority. I've had many conversations with residents and staff that the current administration of the housing authority doesn't care about people. They micromanage staff. They do extreme tracking of staff now. And if they make one mistake, they're trying to throw them out. Staff are in fear of their jobs every day and wondering if they're going to get fired or laid off or even trying to talk to me or speak up for themselves. Residents don't know what to do because many individuals that live in the towers and live in OHA homes aren't in the best financial situations. So they don't try to speak up a lot because where else are they going to go? Although they're dealing with horrible conditions, living conditions. The micromanagement and the layoffs have caused maintenance to just not be great at all. And because of this, the bed bug problem got out of control. They have issues with hot water and those type of things. And this is why I brought that bill, to try to, bring some more power to the residents to be able to elect a director that cared about them, but also elect the resident commissioners that care about them, but also to prevent people from the city from sitting on this board, because I think it's a conflict of interest. Also think it's bad that commissioners can make money off the contracts. That makes no sense. What if us as senators, we just make money off the contracts that went through the legislature? People would be up in arms about it. But currently, people sitting on the board can make a percentage off some contracts. And this is why I brought this bill. And I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Oh, it's on me. Thank you, Senator McKinney. I'm like, where's the chair? Thank you, Chairman McKinney. Are there any questions from committee? Senator Blood?
Thank you. Vice Chair Hunt. So if commissioners can make money from this, are you saying, do they fill out their conflict of interest paperwork like we have
I'm not,
to?
I would hope so, but still.
But we don't know that for a fact, or?
The fact that they could make money off these contracts is just an overall issue for me.
I think you'd be surprised at how many municipalities and stuff that happens with city councils and stuff too, which is why I have a bill on that this year. By the way. How do you feel about this is an Omaha issue.
Yeah.
Are you seeing these issues in Western Nebraska? Because I noticed that the opposition was.
I haven't
mostly out
seen,
west.
so I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if there are issues in Western Nebraska. I just wanted to address the one with the OHA issue that I'm aware of. But now that I'm Urban Affairs Chair, if anybody is watching, if you have issues with your housing agency, please reach out to me and my staff.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Any other questions from committee? Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hunt. Thank you, Senator McKay, for bringing this. This is an interesting idea. So just clarify, this would apply just to housing authorities and cities of the metropolitan class or all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for the part about, I see how you don't kick anybody off, you just sort of do it through attrition. Would there be districts? Because in Omaha, there's housing kind of just all over the place, or would it just be the entire, everybody who's in?
I think anybody that we could do the districts, or if somebody is up for, somebody that wants to be either the director or to be a resident commissioner, go through that way. But districts could work as well. But because they have properties across Omaha, so
Yeah, well,
I could think about that a little further.
in my head, I'm not suggesting it. I was just imagining like having a representative from Jackson Tower or something like that might be nice. And I guess that brings me to the next question, kind of hit on it. So this would apply to folks who are living in Section 8 housing or just OHA? property?
OHA
Okay.
properties.
Except to own, but they do own not just those buildings, but
Yeah.
houses that are
Yeah.
around. So those folks would get to vote as well.
Yes.
Interesting. Thank you. All right.
No problem.
Thank
Right,
you,
thanks.
Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions from the committee?
All right, I'm gonna ask my next one.
Yeah, go for it, Senator
I
Kavanaugh.
apologize. I missed earlier, so
No,
maybe I'm
you're all right.
fresher than everybody. So, obviously you're coming at this from solving a problem. Do you think the current board is representative of the folks who live in OHA housing?
No. I would say no.
Is there anybody that currently on the board that,
Well, I do know they had a residential commissioner, but I don't think he's still a residential commissioner. And I'll have to double check. But even him, in my talks with him, he's hesitant to, speak out because of retaliation and things like that.
do you think that maybe there's another avenue, and maybe it's in here and I didn't see it, but like a whistleblower protection or something along those lines?
Yeah, we could add that. I would be open to adding that somewhere as well.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Senator McKinney, did the Housing Authority evict tenants during COVID
I want to say yes.
that you know of? And have you had any constituents that are affected by this?
So the, what is it? What tower is that? Evans Towers. It's in my district,
Yeah.
and I think that's where the bed bug problem was. I'm almost sure of it.
Yeah, Evans Tower was the
Yeah,
bed
so
bugs, yeah.
yes, so they've reached out to me. The daughter reached out to me about the story and other people. And also there were people from the community that tried to go in to try to look at the issue, some community leaders, and they were met with, resistance and being told to leave the property. And I know of another individual that kind of
Resistance from the Housing Authority or
Yeah,
the tenants?
housing
Okay.
authority. They were trying to talk to the tenants, but the housing authority didn't want them in the tower. Then I know of another situation of somebody that was trying to help some of the residents who are more elderly with some type of assistance, and they banned that person.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Senator Kavanaugh?
This might be a dangerous subject, but I'll ask it anyway. Senator Hunt's question inspired me. So OHA certainly has evicted people even during, before, and after COVID. Do you ever hear from folks that they think that, well, so there's a wait list to get into OHA housing, right?
I think so, something like that when you apply, yeah.
Is it possible that sometimes there's an incentive to clear people out so they can clear those parts of the wait list?
I can't say with just fact with that, but I wouldn't.
I won't force you to
Yeah.
speculate. Maybe I'll ask somebody else who comes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Seeing none, appreciate your open. Senator McKinney.
Thank you.
I invite up any proponents for LB 530. Come on down. Hi there, welcome to the Urban Affairs Committee.
Good morning, everybody. Tony Burkhalter, TonyBurkhalter, 6910 Pacific Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I would like to thank you guys for looking at this amendment to LB 530. When I look at this and the changes were kind of presented to me, Mr. Kavanaugh, I appreciate your questions of Mr. McKinney. Great questions. Also in my day-to-day role is president of Local 251. I actually represent the employees that work for, a portion of the employees that work for Omaha Housing Authority, not all. Mr. McKinney is right, and probably fielding phone calls of retaliation and intimidation. That's not what I'm here to address to you guys. I support the amendments just because the fact that the amendments are common sense, right? When you look at should a commissioner profit off of a contract with Omaha Housing Authority, 5% of Joe's contract and does lawn service is very minimal. 3% of Bearden Homes is probably pretty profitable. Those type of issues where we look and say, is that a conflict of interest? Should you be profiting as a commissioner of Omaha Housing Authority? Absolutely not. As senator currently, you guys cannot own a construction company and come in and do contract work for Omaha Housing Authority. It just wouldn't happen. We've shot people down for that, right? When we look at the changes that reflect to should a CEO have a residency within the metropolitan area in which they oversee, they most certainly should. You should have a vested interest within the community that you serve, at least live in the state. With the amendments, the increase and add 2 resident commissioners, it would be an opportunity for the individuals that Omaha Housing Authority serves to actually have a voice and to have coming from a background that they actually relate, instead of having individuals that are overseeing and making decisions for the individuals living within Omaha Housing Authority. With respect to term limits, you guys can kind of relate to term limits. It's just a simple fact that any position, if you're in there too long, does it lead to some improprieties? We believe so. That's why we support this. I'm open for any questions if you guys have any.
Thank you so much for coming today. Any questions from the committee? Senator Blood.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hunt. Thanks for coming today. So do you know if the commissioners have to do conflict of interest forms?
They do.
Okay.
They do.
And so there's concern that particularly, obviously, commissioners are perhaps making money. And does it say that clearly in their forms that they fill out as far as conflict of interest?
I'm not for certain the actual forms and how it is filled out. My concern with the current contract and the commissioners, one, it involves labor relations, right? And that conflict comes with the individual and the chair. And any issues that involve labor as the chair, are those conflicting decisions? Are you abstaining from any of those decisions being made that are
He
presented?
sneezed over the word that you said. What can you start your sentence over? I didn't hear
Conflicting?
one of the words.
The conflicting decisions that a commissioner may make as being the chairperson.
Chairperson, okay.
yeah.
That's what I was not hearing.
Okay.
All right.
And bless you. So,
Thank you very much.
so, and that's where our concern is will this individual abstain when a decision is made that you're,
Has it been your
That
experience that
you're-
that's not what happens?
well, I can use the layoffs, and I have to go back to the layoffs of the 18 employees. Well, that decision was not abstained from.
Did they ever get
Um,
their jobs back after they were laid off?
No,
No.
no. Some individuals, I'm not going to say all of them,
There
but
was like 11,
there was 18.
18.
So it was actually more positions than that, but we had some vacant ones, so it was 21 or some number like that. Those are the concerns that we kind of have in that is working with your counterpart, making decisions. Are you going to abstain from that? Because ultimately, if we go to arbitration and whatnot, Baird Homes will be the one we're going up against. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. Thanks for
Thank you.
coming. Any other proponents for LB 530? Any other proponents? Any opponents for LB 530? Welcome back.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman Hunt, members of the Urban Affairs Committee. David Levy, Davidlevy, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha. Here in my capacity as chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Omaha Housing Authority. I think I've got 5 minutes, and I expect based on the testimony and the opening you've heard so far, you may have some questions for me, and that's fine. I'm happy to take those. I am testifying today in opposition to LB 530 because I think for two reasons, really. One, I want to talk, I'm very proud of the Omaha Housing Authority. I've been on the Board of Commissioners since 2015. I've had the honor of serving as chairperson since, I believe, 2018. And I've got some statistics for you, but before I get to those, I believe this bill is unnecessary and I believe it's unworkable. Holding these type of elections would be unduly expensive. It would be very difficult. We don't do that for other professional type of organizations, professionally managed organizations. Directors of departments in cities and counties, for example, are trained professionals in those fields, and that's a benefit, I believe, to those positions. But let me just talk for a second about the Omaha Housing Authority. The Omaha Housing Authority has 5,153 housing vouchers that it uses to provide Section 8 and other programs. Those vouchers are provided by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. By the way, in my day job, I serve as a development and municipal law lawyer and lobbyist, and I deal with a lot of complex regulatory things. And I can safely tell you that HUD and public housing is the most complex regulatory scheme and regulatory environment that I have ever worked in. You talk about having a need for a professional manager. It's incredibly complex. 2,847 public housing units in addition to the 5,000 I mentioned. So 8,000 housing units approximately. The Omaha Housing Authority is responsible either for managing or helping support the tenants. It's about an $85 million a year budget that needs to be managed, that has many sources with many constraints, federal, state, and local. And the Omaha Housing Authority currently employs 178 people. Again, that's a large organization that is a challenge to manage and requires professional management. Since 2019, the Omaha Housing Authority has increased its capital allocation from HUD from about 5.6 million to about 7.2 million. The OHA was awarded 4 additional HUD capital grants during that period, totaling over 3.2 million. In addition, the Omaha Housing Authority was awarded a $25 million grant to renovate the Spencer homes in North Omaha, and most recently last year, a $50 million grant to renovate Southside Terrace in South Omaha. Those were awarded through a highly competitive national process by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We've raised many tens of millions of dollars in philanthropic contributions and other funds to leverage those funds to do what I think are really, truly transformational projects in those parts of Omaha. Occupancy is up from about 90% at the end of 2020 to about 95% at the end of 2022. Middle of 22, it was 98%. OHA's 7-member Board of Commissioners includes 4 women, 3 men, and 3 African-American members. We do currently have a resident commissioner. Ms. Danielle Godwin is our resident commissioner, and she's been on the commission probably about 4 months. Again, this bill, to me, I can appreciate concerns. We can always do better at the Omaha Housing Authority, no question. As I think I've conveyed to you, it is quite an enterprise to run, and it absolutely requires professional management to run. I spend approximately 10 to 20 hours a month volunteering my time to serve on the Commission of the Housing Authority. I am glad to do it. I love to do it. I feel like I have professional qualifications and capabilities that make me able to serve the Housing Authority, our residents, and our city very well. I think this bill, in addition to being unworkable, very expensive, and very difficult to implement in terms of the elections, disregards all of the things that I've said in the last 5 minutes. So I'm sure I have more to say there. I'll stop. I see the red light is on. I could address the evictions. I could address the layoffs. I'll address whatever, of course, the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Any questions from the committee? Senator Day.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hunt. I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Levy, but I didn't hear you address any of the really deplorable conditions that these people are living in. Like, I think some of what Senator McKinney had mentioned, I understand that it's a complex organization to function and run, but I don't think that that excuses the conditions that people are living in. I have Evans, one of the articles that we have in front of us, Evans Tower houses disabled people and people over 55 years old with low incomes. The issues came to light this week after an older man from Evans Tower was taken to the hospital and it was discovered that he had bed bugs. Relatives of the man posted about it on social media. Do you have any comments about the conditions that some of these residences are in, or why they're not being taken care of in a timely manner?
Sure, Senator, I do. And I think the last thing you read in that article, I do want to point that out with all respect, that this was reported on social media. I'm not saying that there are not issues in units in the towers and within the Omaha Housing Authority. Absolutely, we can always do better. It's a very difficult situation. We're responsible for housing approximately 30,000 people, many of whom, of course, are very low income, many of whom have other issues as well that they're dealing with. It is a constant challenge. We respond to complaints about bed bugs and broken water pipes and all of those things. We're managing 8,000, well, we're supporting 8,000 housing units and managing almost 3,000. As you can imagine, with something like that, there are bound to be maintenance issues at all times. It is in no way something that we are cavalier about, that we don't take seriously. We respond to complaints as best we can with the resources that we have. I do disagree. I take issue with some of the reporting in that particular article. Of course, you only have the evidence that you have there with that article. But yes, there are issues. I think in my time on the commission, I think the Housing Authority has done a good job of addressing those issues, and I think there are fewer of them. But it is always, like anything, a matter of time and money and resources. But yes, we can always do better.
And I think, so sometimes we have issues that come before us, and bills that come before us that are a result of inaction on the part of the organizations that are supposed to be taking care of the problems. And so I understand when you're saying, maybe the bill is unnecessary and we do all of these things. But it appears to me, sitting here in this hearing today, that the issues are not being handled. And so often we have to solve problems that it appears that others are not willing to take the responsibility for solving. And I think that that's just from my perspective, what I see. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about was the layoffs. You said you would address that. Again, there's another article here. A couple of days after he was notified that he was losing his job, Lytle or Little, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, received a plaque from the Housing Authority praising his hard work and dedication. So,
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. And I just want to say, Senator, again, with all respect, I do take issue with the statement of inaction. We do respond to complaints. We do respond to issues. We've gone out and spent hundreds of hours in partnership with the city of Omaha and philanthropic organizations seeking and obtaining $75 million in federal grants to help address some of these conditions. Southside Terrace is the oldest, if not one of the oldest, if not the oldest public housing development west of the Mississippi River. There's a lot here to address. There's no question about that. With regard to the layoffs, those were 18 individuals who were in jobs that didn't meet the classifications that were relevant to what the Housing Authority needed and to what their skills were, what they originally hired for. All 18 of them were offered different jobs at the Housing Authority. I believe approximately half of them eventually took us up on that. We also immediately, I can tell you, I had a personal conversation with the director of Omaha Public Works who said, hey, send them my way. We'll see what we can do. We didn't lay those people off in any malicious way, without due process, without anything else. I get it that the award to Mr. Lytle sounds like a slap in the face. That was not the intent. It was genuine. There are many people who have worked at the Omaha Housing Authority for decades and have made a career out of it, and it's their second family. And we recognize those people and we cherish those people. The layoff situation was difficult, but again, we offered all of those people replacement jobs, and those who didn't want to work at the Housing Authority anymore, we did everything we could to help them find other jobs.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Levy, for being here. You went through those numbers real quickly. Can you go a little slower? How many vouchers are there, Section 8 vouchers?
Sure, I'm sorry. 5,153 vouchers.
And then how many residences?
There are 2,847 public housing units currently.
And how many folks are on the board?
7.
And that includes the resident member?
Correct.
And is there a requirement that there's a resident member?
There is a requirement in state law, yes.
Are there any other requirements for the board members?
There are, and I couldn't quote you at this moment what they are, but in I believe it's Chapter 81, there are different requirements for Housing Authority Commissioner roles, requirements, members.
Out of the folks, well, you're a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
What are the other 6 members, do you know?
What are their jobs?
Yeah.
Let's see. So I should be able to answer this, right? I am one. Another Mr. Doherty, who will follow me, is the, I believe, Chief Operating Officer at One World Community Health Centers. Jennifer Taylor, who is also a commissioner who will testify today, is a deputy or assistant city attorney with the city of Omaha. Ms. Goodwin is a student who actually wants to talk to me about going to law school. I may try and talk her out of that. I'm not sure yet. Christine Johnson is a consultant. Let's see, Tony Veland works for the AIM Institute. I may be forgetting somebody. And Cammie Watkins is a executive with a nonprofit in Omaha.
And so you talked a lot about impressive function, obviously, and the number of people you serve. There's an executive director, though, right?
Absolutely.
And they run the day-to-day operations,
Absolutely.
and presumably that person has some sort of expertise in operating an organization like this.
She does. So Joni Poor is our executive director. When we hired her, we had a committee of housing authority commissioners, but also people from the Omaha community, so that we had lots of outside voices when we hired her. Ms. Poor has a decades-long career in social services, nonprofit management, housing, social work, casework, all of those kinds of things. She's very well qualified for this job.
So I guess my question is, if you have an executive director that's got the day-to-day operations, why do you think that the 8,000 families, probably 10 to 16,000 individuals, wouldn't be competent to oversee that executive director?
I don't know that I said that, but I do think that being on the Board of Commissioners also takes it benefits from a level of expertise. For example, when we try and go get low-income and housing tax credits so we can acquire more units, house more people, renovate units, so we address the conditions that Senator Day was asking about. I have expertise in that I can bring to bear on that as a volunteer. I think that's beneficial. Mr. Doherty is involved in the day-to-day management of a very large healthcare organization based in South Omaha, though with locations throughout the metropolitan area, which also has a low-income senior housing development that they manage. He's got expertise in that. I could go on and on. Ms. Watkins has expertise in nonprofits and social work. Ms. Johnson has expertise in foundations and fundraising and housing and casework and things like that. So I think that's helpful. I'm not saying that another commission couldn't do a good job by any means. But I think Mayor Stothert has sought out and appointed people who have expertise that they can bring to bear on these issues, because they are complex issues. And we as commissioners give hundreds of hours of free professional work to the Housing Authority. We're all very glad to do it, but I think that's a benefit.
And so the commission and the Housing Authority never acquires the services of private individual, like they don't hire lawyers to.
We do that. We do that as well.
Okay. So, well, I'll let others ask. I've got more questions, but I'll let other people ask for a little bit.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lowe.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Levy. The bugs were brought up in the places. Is there a program that you put on where the buildings are regularly fumigated and bug control is taken care of?
We do that. We also, I wanted to mention, we have a resident council that meets regularly and then reports to senior staff as well to understand issues like the bed bugs and all other issues and concerns that come up from residents. We just acquired some new equipment, and I can't profess as to how this works, but it's a very sophisticated and effective type of equipment for dealing with bed bug infestations. So we are always trying to address that. Absolutely. Security is another thing. We spend millions of dollars on security every year. We're upgrading camera systems. We work closely with the Omaha Police, all of those kinds of things. Again, it's a matter of money and resources, but we are always seeking ways to address issues and concerns as we can, including bed bugs.
So once a problem is established, how long does it take for a response then?
On average, I don't think it takes very long. I think it's a matter of hours to a day or two, tops. I mean, a bed bug infestation is a very serious matter, not only for the person whose unit is infested, but once that happens, we have to deal with that unit, we have to deal with the units next door, and we have to deal with the units above and below. So we know that it behooves us to get on that quickly and stop that from becoming an even bigger problem. And so we do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Day.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hunt. Can you explain to me what is the process for commissioners to become aware of issues with tenants? How do tenants make you aware of a problem?
So thank you for the question. We're the Omaha Housing Authority's political subdivision. We're governed by the Open Meetings Act, public records law, all of those good things. So we have a Board of Commissioners meeting once a month. We have one coming up this Thursday morning. Those are noticed public meetings. Anybody can come to those meetings, either in person or on Zoom. Quite frankly, we rarely have people come to those meetings, but occasionally we do. As chair, it's my practice to allow anybody who comes to those meetings to speak to us and address the commission. We have a report at each of those meetings from our executive director. If there's something going on at one of the towers or a property or something like that, we hear about that typically in that report. We also have reports from the department heads within OHA, which includes, for example, the Section 8 department head, the public housing department head, the community relations and outreach department head, and we hear from them, from our CFO, all of those people, if something's going on, whatever it might be, we hear from them in typically our monthly commissioner meetings. As chairperson of the board, I also have regular multi-time a week phone calls with our executive director if anything's going on or she needs input.
So that happens once a month?
Our commissioner meetings are once a month, yes.
So if there's an immediate issue, how is that addressed?
That's addressed through staff.
I mean, like if I lived in a residence, how would I notify? I mean, what's the process there? If I lived in an Omaha Housing Authority residence, what do I do as a tenant in order to notify?
Sure, you would call the housing authority and we would get that information to the right people or person or department to respond to your issue. We have a maintenance staff, for example, who is a team of professional property maintenance professionals who would come and fix your broken water pipe or investigate your report of a bed bug issue or a security issue or whatever it might be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Blood.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hunt. I have two quick questions.
Sure.
So where would I find the conflict of interest forms that you guys fill out? Say if one of you might benefit financially from something that's done within that board, where would I find something like that?
Our general counsel would have those.
Your general counsel?
Correct.
So it's not put anywhere for the public to view or?
I believe they're the same conflict of interest forms that any other appointed or elected official fills out. So those would be available probably on the website of the Accountability and Disclosure Commission. There are also certain HUD disclosures and procedures regarding conflicts of interest, federal laws that we have to comply with as well.
Because I had looked all over your site and saw that they weren't posted on the site. So you think it's under NADC?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys fill out you don't fill out C1s though, right? Just conflict of interest.
I don't recall.
Okay. And then I was listening to the question that Senator Day asked you. So what do you do with these families when you fumigate? Do they just stay in the house? Where do they have to go when you fumigate?
We would relocate them if necessary. I mean, it's all done professionally and with all typical precautions.
So where would you put somebody up like that? Like, I know and when I see people fumigating in neighborhoods that I've lived in, like they tent the house and you don't go in that house. And so I don't even understand how you would do a big complex like that.
Yeah, that's not typically how we do that. It's a much more precise application of the remedy. So it's, again, as I mentioned, it's typically that unit. If it's in the towers, it's that unit, it's the units next door and the units above and below. And so we would relocate those people if necessary. It's not a multi-week process or anything like that. If we needed to put them in a hotel for a night or something like that, we would do that too.
I was curious, where would you relocate them? And that's gotta be playing whack-a-mole. I mean, if you're only doing one unit at a time, isn't it hard to keep roaches, bed bugs, mice? Isn't it just hard to even control that then? Or are you saying that?
It's, I think it's a problem that is heavily reported because of its nature, right? Bed bugs get people's attention. It's
the
not a
roaches and
real common
mice.
thing. Yeah.
I mean, I'd be more concerned about roaches and mice than bed bugs for me, but
Bed bugs draw more newspaper articles, I think, but
yeah, but cockroaches and rodents come from one apartment to another apartment through the
Yeah.
walls, the floors.
yeah. I would say though, back to LB 530, with all respect, I don't think electing the executive director is going to address those issues. But I'm happy to
And
answer
I
the
hear you saying,
questions.
and I know it puts you in an uncomfortable position,
It's
but
fine.
because you are,
I came up here
on the-
first
right.
voluntarily.
you're on the Board of Commissioners, and so this allows us, who we obviously don't live in your housing, or at least I
Yeah.
don't think any of us live in the housing right now. We don't know unless we ask questions, and so we have to get our heads wrapped around why this should be a concern. So I agree, we're talking about the bill, but there are things that created this bill to come to our committee, right?
Sure, yes.
Whether you agree with them or not.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I am very sincere. I'm happy to sit and answer the questions. I am very proud of what the Housing Authority has achieved. I think those $75 million in federal grants are incredible and transformational. And as I've said, and I'll say it again, we can always do better.
Well, you know what I thought was also interesting, and maybe you know the reason, why is your budget not on your website?
I don't know. I'm guessing it's on the website. It certainly is a public document.
Right. So I
Yeah.
was looking for it.
Sounds like we need to look at our website and add some things to it.
All right.
I appreciate that. We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks again, Mr. Levy, for being here tonight. Okay, so the 2,847 housing units, is that in confined buildings, or are there houses, single-family homes that the Housing Authority owns?
There are a variety. That's anything from the towers to Chambers Court, if you're familiar with that, to scattered site, single-family homes in various neighborhoods.
And the 5,153, did I write that down right?
Yep.
So and that's Section 8 vouchers.
Those are mostly Section 8 vouchers, and I think it's important for the moment. There are two primary types of Section 8 vouchers. One is essentially a tenant voucher. Tenant can take that to any landlord who rents to Section 8 tenants to accept Section 8 vouchers. And the other that I'm a big fan of are called project-based vouchers. Those are tied to the development or to the unit. And I like those because I think they're flexible. They're better actually financially for the tenant, but it allows us to focus on a development, on a neighborhood, on a complex, and try and help the community that way. But yes, most of those are Section 8 vouchers. There are a few other types of vouchers, but the numbers are very small.
So just so I understand, that's the second category you're talking about is you guys kind of contract with somebody and say, we're going to build this in conjunction with you, and you have to accept Section 8 then.
Those vouchers are actually tied to those units, yes.
But other Section 8, someone could be discriminated against based on how their method of paying for a rental.
They could.
Okay. And in terms of the 8,000 or so options you have available, how is there a wait list?
There is for Section 8, yes.
And what about the actual housing?
For the public housing,
Yes.
I'm not sure if there is a wait list at this time.
Okay. And when OHA evicts somebody, does that only from the public housing, or does that include Section 8 eviction?
We are the landlord for the public housing. Section 8 is the landlord is the landlord. So those are typically between those landlords and those tenants. And I want to say, Senator, if I might just take a small opportunity here.
Go for it.
Evictions during COVID were brought up. I think maybe you asked about that. We actually instituted an eviction moratorium on our public housing units before the CDC even did. to my knowledge, during COVID, we only evicted people for criminal acts. And we work with all tenants and really try and avoid evictions. So since that came up earlier, I appreciate the opportunity to address it.
No, I appreciate that. Do you know how many evictions OHA was the named, I guess, plaintiff? in
Plaintiff?
this year?
I don't, but it's with 8,000, well, with almost 3,000 public housing units, it's a relatively small number. We try very hard to avoid evicting people, other than in cases where there are criminal acts going on at the unit or in the complex.
So you're saying the number of evictions for failure to pay is relatively small,
Very small.
but the number of evictions overall
Is also very small.
also be very small. Well, I mean, I volunteered at the eviction court. Would it surprise you to know that OHA is the single largest evictor in the city?
That would surprise me, although I think we're also the single largest landlord.
You probably are. I guess I don't have a question.
So as a percentage, I'd be curious how that compares.
Is there somebody at OHA that might be able to tell us that information?
I could certainly get that for you.
Okay. I would be curious to know.
Sure.
And so if somebody's evicted from OHA housing or from Section 8, would they be ineligible in the future to receive services?
It depends. Some people are what's called banned and barred in fairly extreme situations. But otherwise, not necessarily.
So they could get in the back of the queue and get back on, you think?
Potentially.
And we heard some talk about fear of retaliation. So, I mean, my concern, my mind obviously goes to when you're saying we're only evicting people for law violations. So you're not evicting people for other lease violations, or you weren't, I guess you probably are again.
Correct. Although again, we really try to work with people to keep them in units. It's to our benefit as well as theirs.
Well, the organization exists for the creation of housing stability.
Exactly.
Population. But don't you think there's a fear associated? I mean, the fear about retaliation would be not the eviction for non-payment, but eviction for some other pretextual cause, right?
I think that would apply to any other eviction situation. And to my knowledge, and with all respect, I would strongly deny that OHA participates in any kind of retaliatory eviction.
I would certainly hope you would.
Me too.
But I guess I'm trying to think where I was going, but the one question I did have, I should have started it. How does somebody qualify for either your housing or Section 8 voucher?
There are background checks and there are income qualifications. I'm sure I'm oversimplifying it, but fundamentally those are the qualifications. There's an application process. As we've talked about, there's a waiting list for Section 8. Fundamentally, that's it.
Do you have an idea of why there'd be a waiting list for Section 8, but not for the housing itself?
I don't.
And in this bill, we're just talking about electing folks then from the housing, not from Section 8 housing. Or maybe that's a question for Senator McKinney, I guess.
I believe that's right. I don't know how the housing authority the housing authority helps support the rent payment for a Section 8 resident, but they have an agreement with a private landlord. I think that would be an incredibly difficult situation in which to conduct an election. But, I suppose it's whatever the bill would say or the law would say.
So when you came and started your testimony, you said this was unworkable because of the scope of it. If it were to, and I'm not saying that my reading of it would include Section 8, but I'm saying if there was a reading of it that would include Section 8, would your objection be less if it was constrained to only folks who live in properties that are actually owned by OHA?
I mean, yeah, it's a smaller number. It's 3,000 instead of 8,000 units. But then is it one vote, one unit? How do you qualify those voters? How do you check their qualifications to vote? Do they have to be registered voters? I mean, the questions kind of go on, and I've done this enough to know I'm not supposed to ask you questions. I'm not doing that. But I'm just, kind of playing out how difficult that would be to conduct that election. It would be the people who lived in that unit, I guess, on that day. It would be difficult to conduct. I'd be curious to hear, the Douglas County Election Commissioner's estimate of the cost of such an election.
Well, I won't answer you. I'll take those as rhetorical questions, but I would
Thank you.
say that those sound like constructive criticisms, and they also, to me, I guess I would disagree and say that those sound like solvable problems to me. So if the biggest hurdle is the nature in which you conduct the election, that doesn't sound like an opposition to me. It does sound like things that Senator McKinney could integrate into this bill and make it workable in addressing those considerations.
You could, I mean, you can address things always in a bill. To me, the biggest, just speaking for myself, I think the thing in this bill that would be most detrimental to the housing authority and to our residents and to the city would be the inability to hire a highly qualified professional executive director. Limits on that, to me, are highly counterproductive. To try and be productive and helpful here, one thought I have that would be very easy, I think, to implement, you'd have to look at federal law and make sure there wasn't a conflict or some kind of preemption there, but currently state law requires one of the 7 commissioners to be a resident of public housing or a recipient of assistance from public housing. Change that number to 2, for example. That doubles the representation on the commission. I realize it's still only 2 of 7, but that would be a very simple thing to address some of the things that have come up today.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions from the committee? I have a couple questions,
Sure.
and I don't mean to antagonize at all, just try to kind of give this bill a fair hearing, I guess, like really suss out the nature of the problem. Is the bed bug situation under control now that was affecting the people as reported in these articles?
Yes. Bed bugs are a constant challenge. No question about that. I don't know that when you say bed bugs has that situation been handled? Yes.
Okay.
I will say that. I don't want to suggest that it was out of control, and I know you're not suggesting that, but that situation has been addressed.
And it might be since COVID or something, but my attention span is pretty much nothing. And I don't know if you already spoke to this, but can you speak to Senator McKinney's comments about, people on the commission who are benefiting from contracts with the Housing Authority? Is this conflict of interest type stuff? Can you speak to that again, if you have?
Yeah, no, I haven't. And thank you for the question. And quite honestly, that's directed at me.
Okay.
The law firm in which I'm a partner does provide labor relations services for the Omaha Housing Authority because we have lawyers in the firm who are statewide and even national experts in municipal labor relations. There is a lengthy and complex process under federal law to enter into that type of contract. There are limits on financial benefit. I recused myself, of course, from that discussion and that decision. And we went through all of those things. We got approval from the local HUD field office, I believe, before entering into that. But yes, my firm does provide services for the Omaha Housing Authority. And we went through all of the processes and I recused myself from all of those decisions.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that has been raised for me from constituents actually is the method of contact for the Housing Authority. On the website, it says that you need written correspondence. Is there any plan to update that or make contact a little bit more accessible for people? Or is it not needed? I mean, tell me about that.
I think we ought to be as easy to contact as possible. I will find out and I will encourage that we do better at that. I didn't realize, I still think if somebody called, we would respond to them.
Yeah.
But making it sound like you have to write a letter and mail it
You don't think the person would say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you have to write a letter"?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But it shouldn't say that on the website and imply that either, because
So
that
on the
has all kinds of
website,
problems.
we have adding the budget and maybe more methods of contact, but I guess that's the feedback from all the tech experts in the Urban Affairs Committee.
Yeah, no, I think, and you know, the other thing that this brings to me, and I don't mean to come across as defensive, although maybe I have, and if I have, that's on me. But as I said again, we can always do better. And one thought I have, if we don't have this person, I think we might have a number of them, depending on the situation, but we ought to have an ombuds person
Okay.
who's really whose job is to be a tenant advocate, but who knows, you know, who to go talk to immediately at the housing authority or something like that. I think that could be a helpful step.
Do the members of the Board of Commissioners have email addresses
We do.
for the commission, or like, it's not your personal email address, it's like for the?
We do have OHA email addresses. I have a hard enough time keeping up with my work one and my personal
Yeah.
one. So I believe my work email address is what's on the commissioner roster. But yes, we're all reachable, and our information is
Okay.
out there for residents. In fact, I get calls from residents occasionally, and I refer those to our executive director or our director of public housing, whoever it might be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Levy. Any other
Yes.
questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I apologize, made me think of another one. The ombudsman idea made me think about when I asked Senator McKinney about some sort of whistleblower protections. I know you're saying that there's no retaliatory evictions, but the fear of that also has an effect, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any comment about the idea of adding some sort of whistleblower protection for residents?
I don't necessarily have any objection to it. I think if one was going to do that, it should be throughout landlord-tenant law, not just directed at the Omaha Housing Authority. I also believe that those protections exist already in federal law, if not in state law, in the Housing Authority Act. I can't cite you statutes on that, but those may already be there. But if not, if that's something that the legislature wants to do, again, I think it should apply to all landlord-tenant relationships. But other than that, I don't have any objection to it by any means.
It's not a bad suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for coming here today.
No, thank you. I really do appreciate the opportunity and the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, opponent? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, next opponent on LB 530. Welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Senator Hunt, and Senators. My name is Joel Dougherty, JoelDougherty. I'm a commissioner and the Vice Chair of the Omaha Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. I've been a commissioner since 2018. I'm here today to share my strong opposition to LB 530. The Omaha Housing Authority, as you've already discussed, is a large and complex organization serving thousands of Omaha residents. And our executive director position is crucial to the success of the organization. And having this be an elected position from a popular vote from the people served by the organization strains my imagination to see how that could work and create a more functional housing authority. It's the role of the board to provide strategic vision and oversight of compliance and to select and evaluate the executive director. And it's the role of the executive director to execute the strategic vision of the organization. Rules and regulations for Department of Housing and Urban Development are extremely detailed, complex, and require expertise that's built over a period of time. This is not bestowed on someone by a popular election. You've mentioned issues today that exist within the Housing Authority. LB 530 will result in many, many more challenging years ahead for the Housing Authority and make it virtually ungovernable. And I couldn't imagine continuing to serve as a commissioner with this law. So I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. I guess I've been tagged as the next in line. Are there any questions? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. So used to calling him Chairman Lowe in this room. Thank you for being here, Mr. Doherty, and thanks for serving on the commission. I apologize. So are you the CEO of One World?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked about the expertise in the executive director part, and you probably heard me ask Mr. Levy about the idea of if we just made this about the board and not about the executive director, would that eliminate some of the objection then?
My primary objection is the executive director being elected. If the legislature chose to change the requirements for board membership, then we would follow those.
And what if we were just to change it to the executive director had to live in, I think it was, you said Douglas County or maybe the city of Omaha, not necessarily had to live in the residences, but is that?
To be frank, that seems very specifically targeted at the current executive director and not a more general governance thing. I wouldn't support that.
Well, I can just tell you from experience, we've had that conversation about requirements for Omaha police officers to reside within the city. I know the city of Chicago, I think, has that kind of rule. So it's not entirely unheard of for somebody who's in a functionality like that serves something of such public significance that they are required to be a member of that community.
Perhaps a way to craft that would be to make future executive directors subject to that.
Constructive criticism. I like it. I love constructive criticism. So I guess you're relatively new, but you came in. So did you hear my questions about evictions? Do you know anything about the eviction numbers for OHA housing?
I don't. I was a part of the discussion when we paused evictions because of COVID.
And when you pause eviction, you pause them for non-payment of rent.
Correct.
So not for lease violations.
Correct.
And not for law violations.
Sure.
Is there any other reason somebody would get evicted from OHA housing?
Those are the primary ones that I've been briefed on.
And do you know what the distinction is between a lease violation and a law violation?
No.
Okay. I'm sure I know, but I just can't think of it off the top of my head either, so I can't answer my own question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Are there any other questions for Mr. Doherty? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, opponents. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Urban Affairs Committee. I am Jennifer Taylor, JENNIFERTAYLOR. And first I would like to say, I know I'm not an unfamiliar face to this committee, but I do want to make it clear that I'm actually appearing here today on behalf of the Housing Authority and myself as a member of the Board of Commissioners for the Housing Authority and not in any capacity in which you have others seen me in front of you. I had a number of comments that I wanted to share with you today, but I think it would also be helpful if I maybe address some of the questions that seem to have arisen as well. Let me start by explaining that I am a member of the Board of Commissioners for the Omaha Housing Authority. I have served 2 terms on that board. I have been appointed by 2 different mayors and approved, and my appointment has been approved by council both times. I kind of serve at this point, due to my longevity, as a little bit of an institutional knowledge when it comes to the Housing Authority. So I would like to share with you a little bit of my perspective from that way. When I began on my service on this board, we had recently come out of receivership in HUD. We had recently come out of troubled status in HUD. We were also complying with or completing compliance with a federal lawsuit. During my first term on the board, my first year on the board, we were also subject to an OIG and HUD forensic audit, an extensive review of the Housing Authority, its finances, and its project policies and procedures. So I started my tenure on this board in an agency that is very different than the one that I see today. So although I don't discount by any means any of the issues that we may have today, I do look at the history of the agency and say that we have, as Mr. Levy indicated, we've come a long way. It doesn't mean that we can't go farther, but the progress that the agency has made in being trustworthy to the community and trustworthy to donors and trustworthy to city and other officials, I think we've made leaps and bounds. We've made great strides in that respect. So I look at this as having started my term in this board, subject to, like I said, a forensic audit and other issues with HUD, to being one that is awarded $75 million in HUD grants. In the time that we have applied for those HUD grants, I have had the opportunity to meet with several representatives from HUD, all of whom have expressed their great pleasure in the progress that the agency has made in the work that we've done. To the extent that there has been some concern over any conflict of interest that might be on my behalf with regard to my position on the board and my current employment, the HUD officials I've met with have actually noted that as being a benefit, because to them, they see that as the city working closely with the housing authority. So not that my position presents any conflict of interest, but that actually is a benefit in communication between the various parties. Southside Terrace is one thing I'd like to come discuss as well, because it's been brought up a couple of times. That's our most recent HUD award, $50 million for the redevelopment of Southside Terrace. Again, when I started on this board, Southside Terrace was one of my goals. When I started, Councilman Grenant called me to his office and he said, "What are you going to do about Southside Terrace?" And I said, "It's the oldest public housing agency," and Mr. Levy is correct. It is the oldest public housing development west of the Mississippi. It has been a problem for the housing authority for years. It has been a goal to redevelop that site and bring better housing in a better environment and a better livelihood to those residents. It's been my goal for 10 years, and it's why I continue to serve on this board, because I wanted to see that goal come true. Mr. Grenant's successor had the same conversation with me. When we as a housing authority pursued the $25 million grant we got from HUD for the Spencer development, one of my primary requirements was that we would continue to pursue a similar grant for Southside Terrace. So it is one of my more proud moments on this board that we have had both the North Spencer development and the Southside Terrace receive $75 million in HUD grants in order to redevelop both of those sites. And my apologies, I'm now yellow. I talk about this agency a lot because I have a lot of passion for it. So to find people on the board, to be members of the Board of Commissioners that have passion is important. To have skills, to have experience is important. So as far as this bill is concerned, although I see the reasons for it being brought, I would caution trying to narrow the pool of applicants any further than we already have. In 2018, the Housing Agency Act was amended to require that the board have at least one member of a racial minority, one resident commissioner, and our board members are required to fulfill a myriad of skill sets: banking, legal, rental, et cetera. There's a whole list of skill sets we have to fulfill as members as a whole. So we have already taken steps to ensure that not only do we have the proper skill sets and experience in our board members, but in 2018, we also included the requirement that all board members be certified and go through a training exercise to be certified through NARO as commissioners. We have all done that. So we have taken some steps to ensure that our commissions are qualified and experienced. To continue to narrow the pool of good, dedicated people who want to serve the housing authority and further its mission, I think would be detrimental to the agency itself. So to restrict that pool of applicants to any further, I think would be detrimental to the agency. To your point about whether or not the CEO should live within the resident area, I also suggest that you don't want to lose the opportunity to have a good qualified executive director simply because she lives on the other side of the river. I see my time is up. I'm happy to answer any questions. If there's any other questions you may have from earlier, I'm happy to answer those as well.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Taylor. Well, I brought that up as an example. I'm almost positive that it's not legal to require the cops to live in the city. If I remember, I think there's some kind of constitutional problem with that. You might remember better than I do, but I vaguely remember.
In case my employer, the city attorney, is actually watching me, I'm not going to answer that question in case I do it incorrectly.
Both of us getting ourselves in trouble. So you've been around on the board for a while. Do you recall, in terms, I mean, I'm obviously interested in evictions, the eviction process before COVID? Do you have any concept of how many people were being evicted a year or anything along those lines?
I can't give you exact numbers, but I do have some familiarity with the process itself in a number of different ways. First of all, when we go through eviction, the eviction process, there's a number of reasons, or there's a few reasons why someone may be evicted. Oftentimes it's non-payment, sometimes it's lease violations, oftentimes it's criminal behavior. So to answer your earlier question, criminal behavior versus lease violations, criminal behavior is obviously a criminal act or a criminal behavior that is in violation of the lease. Lease violations could be things that are very specifically spelled out in a lease where your conduct as a resident is detrimental to the overall health and safety and welfare of the building that you live in. You have made those violations in such a way that it's not safe for the other residents for you to continue to live there. And I think that's generally the way that we look at evictions. On non-payment of rent, I will tell you that we have always worked very strenuously with our tenants and our residents to deal with non-payment of rent issues. And there's a couple things that go in there that we think about when we do that. One is we want to make sure that residents don't get too far behind, because once they get too far behind, it makes it very hard for them to catch up. So we like to catch residents fairly early on when they get behind on rent. And then we like to try and make payment plans that aren't onerous, so they're able to continue to make up that rent and come in compliance in a way that doesn't encourage them or doesn't actually further the debt that they get into and put them in a place where they can't get back. So we have our general counsel that handles evictions has always spent a great deal of time sitting down, working with residents, going through payment plans and trying to identify a way to solve the problem, not evict the resident.
And just for general information, what is somebody's rental obligation? Is it the same for everyone? Is it the same per unit? Is it relative to ability to pay?
It is relative to the ability to pay, and it depends on the unit. So, and in the myriad of questions that have been asked go to show you exactly how complex the regulations and the things that are involved in the housing authority, and just kind of give you an idea. It's a lot of things that we have to know and learn, but there are, depending on whether or not you're on a voucher or you're in public housing and what the terms of that are, it is either a percentage of your income, it is sometimes a $50 flat rate, depending on where you are, and the type of housing. So it is contingent on you and the housing in which you reside.
Okay. And I'm trying to remember my next question. You've done a great job answering a lot. Wait list. Do you have any information about I asked if there's a wait list for the public housing part. There's a wait list for Section 8, but is there a wait list for public housing?
There is a wait list for public housing. It depends on the unit size, and the actual particular facility. So we have, as you may well know, 8 towers. We have some large family projects units, and then we also have some scattered site units and some smaller developments. So the wait lists are kind of dependent on, do you need a 1-bedroom unit, a 2-bedroom unit, a 3-bedroom unit? What's the size of your family? Are you single? Are you a single mom with 2 children? Are you a married family with 5 children? So those things actually obviously impact the type of unit that is available to you. So once we determine the unit that's appropriate for your family, then there can be a wait list for that size of unit. And then oftentimes, and it's something that I will admit, some people choose that they don't want to live in certain towers. And whether that's because of the condition of the tower or its location. Some people with families don't want to live in Jackson Tower. It's near a highway and a busy street. It's not the most family friendly. So even if no unit became available in Jackson Tower, it may not be one you want to live in. So you may wait to get a unit in Park North or something else. So there are wait lists for public housing, but it depends on the unit you need and also your desires to where you'd like to live.
And if you need a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom and there's only 1 bedroom available, are you going to be allowed to live in the 1-bedroom, or because it'd be overcrowded, you wouldn't be able to?
It is, to my knowledge, no, you would not be allowed to live in a 1-bedroom because that's not an appropriate living arrangement for a family. So we do try to make sure that our units are matched up appropriately to the family nature.
And if somebody does get evicted for either non-payment, police violation, or a law violation, are those folks going to be allowed to get back in the queue and get a new place, or what's the time frame for?
It depends on the reason for eviction. If it's a ban and bar, you are probably, to my understanding, you're not allowed to come back to not only Omaha Housing Authority, but probably any other housing authority. You would not be able to at least while that ban and bar was in effect, would not be able to reside in. If it's a lease violation or if it's for non-payment of rent, if that either that lease violation, whatever it might be, or that non-payment of rent is cured, you are allowed to come back to public housing.
So what gets you banned and barred?
Felony convictions for drug dealing would be one, I would guess.
Well, that's kind of an obvious one, I suppose. Do people get banned and barred for just consuming drugs in their apartment?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'll think. Anybody else?
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions from the committee? I'm trying to think if I have any to give Senator Kavanaugh a minute, but
I'm happy to talk some more if you like.
I do not. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Well, I would please.
I'll ask you, what did you want to say?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I am pleased. I would extend the opportunity to ask further questions if you think of them to either myself, Mr. Levy, Mr. Doherty, any member of our board, or our executive director. We will make ourselves available to you at any time. If you or Chairman McKinney would like to discuss any specific issues, any general issues, any concerns, we're more than available. You know, this is again my passion and my kind of my mission, a little bit volunteer on the side, but it is something that's very important to me. So I really appreciate your time and your attention. I will say one last thing in my tenure, my long tenure on this board. Bed bugs have been an issue that we have dealt with, time and time again over the course of the 10 years I've been on this board. It tends to be a little bit cyclical. It is a struggle, especially when you have 200 units in one tower where you have a lot of common areas and a lot of people communicating and cooperating between each other, between units and between certain areas. It is easy to track a bed bug from one unit to another, and it is very hard to eliminate them from multiple units in one building. We work very hard on that. I'm very familiar with all the issues that have been raised to that extent. So to the extent that our executive director communicates directly with us and makes sure that we as commissioners know each of those issues and are prepared to answer questions should we ever get them, we do.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here today. Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Next opponent for LB 530. Welcome to your Urban Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Chris Lamberty, ChrisLamberty. I am the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the City of Lincoln. And I'm here today representing the Nebraska chapter of NARO, which is a professional organization made up of over 100 public housing authorities across the state. Local housing authorities have an important job to do. They offer essential housing services in every community across the state. And it's critically important that they are professionally managed and stable. And the key to that is a stable board and stable management. If you don't have a stable board and you don't have stable management, you're going to have an agency in a lot of trouble fairly quickly. We certainly, what I would say is, every housing authority in the state was created by its local government entity under the auspices of the Nebraska Housing Agency Act. It is subject to oversight from its local government entity, including appointment of board members by the local elected officials. That's the appropriate place to take complaints around the operation of the public housing authority. I certainly share, and the housing authorities in the state share, Senator McKinney's concerns about any sort of operations regarding of what he listed. Our concern with the way this bill has been worded is that it would lead to more instability and poorer governance of housing authorities in the state. It would lead to the opposite effect of what we've stated we're trying to solve, apparently in Omaha. For the record, I know nothing about any of the situations in Omaha because I don't work there. I just am here to represent that we as public housing authorities don't think this is a good bill. It's not going to lead to good governance of public housing entities, and it will result in more problems and not solving the problems that are being stated you want to solve. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lamberty, for being here. Appreciate your kind of outsider's perspective. How many housing authorities are there in Nebraska?
There's a little over 100. I have to double check the
And they're all
count.
boards appointed by the mayor of those cities.
Correct.
Or whatever.
There's a few regional ones, so they might have regional counties to represent. But
Okay.
the typical arrangement is appointed by the mayor, approved by the city council.
Do you have any concept of how housing authorities are structured nationwide?
That's a fairly common structure nationwide, yeah.
Is there nowhere else that has a structure proposed like this where you elect the Board of Commissioners?
The, not the entire board. I mean, the state law now currently allows for the election of a resident commissioner. Every board in the state is required to have at least one resident representative on the board, and it can be either by election or appointment. It's up to the local government entity how they decide to handle it.
So when the city of Omaha has a vacancy for the resident commissioner, they could allow the residents to elect that person.
If they so chose, yeah.
But are you aware of where there's even half of a board or more than just one sort of?
I'm not aware of any scenario where that occurs.
Are you aware of anywhere that has the residency requirement for the executive director?
I've not heard of that, but I mean, any potential city might have that.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
But did you have something else you want to add?
Yeah, I just, from my own personal perspective, when I first took my job in Lincoln, I lived in Omaha. I commuted from Omaha to Lincoln for a period of time until I moved, or I had to take a job in Omaha. I'd probably do the same thing until I moved. I think a board might be interested in ensuring that whoever they're hiring as a manager has a knowledge of that locality and metro area. But the fact that they lived in Bellevue versus Omaha or somewhere else, I don't know that that's necessarily a provision that would need to be put in state law. Again, it seems specifically directed at a certain person, which I don't know that that's a good reason to amend the Nebraska Housing Agency Act.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next opponent to LB 530. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing none, any neutral testifiers on LB 530? Anyone neutral? Seeing none, Senator McKinney, I'd invite you up to close. As he comes up on LB 530, we had 1 letter in support, 0 in opposition, and 0 neutral letters. Senator McKinney.
Thank you. First, I want to say that this bill isn't personal to anybody. They're just taking it as a personal attack because of issues that the community have with them. And it was clear from this hearing that those in opposition that are on the Board of Commissions are okay with the status quo that they're currently doing, which is horrible. I found some more articles while just sitting here about them allowing the Omaha Police Department to do training on their properties and blow up things that disturb the residents. They have a 2-year waiting period for to even get housing. But, you know, it's all going fine. I do not think, and this is not about the current ED. I think if you're the executive director of a housing authority, and I don't care if you're in Omaha or Scotts Bluff, you should live in that community. Everything I've heard about the current director tells me that if the director was from Omaha or lived in Omaha, things would probably be different. But because the individual does live across the river in Iowa, it has created a lot of issues. And I don't think we should just wait for future EDs. How long is this ED going to stay in office? How long do the people have to wait? The issue with the bed bugs, we were sitting here doing some research, and it was said that in the research that, yeah, you could return in 24 hours, but it's suggested that you wait 72 hours. So are they going to get hotels for these people? And just fumigating one apartment after one apartment doesn't make sense to me. Why don't you shut down the whole building and rent out a hotel for all the residents and clear out the bed bugs, eliminate the problem, instead of just putting Band-Aids on it? And it just doesn't make sense to me. So they're cutting corners, which potentially are exposing people to more harm instead of just eliminating the issue. But the commissioner that represents One World is okay with that, who's a health facility. I don't think it's healthy to expose people to bed bugs, but One World is cool with it. The other one says he's a volunteer, but can make money off of contracts, but you're volunteering. How many of those hours do you get money from? I'm open to an ombudsman. That's cool with me. On their website, it's no minutes, no agenda, no announcements. The resident commissioner isn't even on the website. Like a couple years ago or a year ago, they cut funding to a youth football team. That has been a staple in the North Omaha community. They cut funding to youth football, which keeps kids out of trouble. But they care about the community and it's professionally managed. But we have all these issues. So if this is professionally managed properly and this is the standard, it is a horrible standard. And I don't know if this bill passes this year or next year. I'm going to keep bringing a bill to address the Omaha Housing Authority because they're not solving the problems and are not addressing the issues of the residents. And I'm cool with maybe not saying the executive director has to be elected, but the executive director, in my opinion, has to be living in Douglas County or the city of Omaha. And that's just a standard that I think we should just keep. And with that, I answer any questions.
Thank you for your close, Senator McKinney. Any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Senator McKay, for bringing this bill. It's been a very interesting conversation. I wanted to talk about the thought that this is such a complex industry that the folks who live there wouldn't be able to manage it.
That, to me, it comes off as offensive. Are you saying that the people that live in the community don't understand the community and don't know how to address the issues within the community? I guarantee there are many qualified individuals that could apply to be the executive director that could do a lot better job.
But what about being on the board itself?
The board as well. That's just any board or any elected office. Do we all have the expertise in ag? I don't know anything about ag like that, but I'm a state senator. Does that make me unqualified to be a state senator because I don't understand ag issues completely?
You're not allowed to ask me questions.
I know. It was kind of rhetorical, but
Thank you.
no problem.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Senator McKinney. With that, I'll close the hearing on LB 530 and open the hearing on LB 462, introduced by Senator Conrad. And I'll turn it back over to Chairman McKinney.
Hey, good afternoon. How lovely. I'm not sure I've spent much time before the Urban Affairs Committee. So this is really fun to have a chance to visit you all. Hi, my name is Danielle Conrad. It's D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Conrad, C-O-N-R-A-D. I'm here today representing North Lincoln's Fight in 46th Legislative District. And I'm proud to introduce, bless you, LB 462. Before I jump into some of the nuances or the details related to the legislation, I wanted to tell you a little bit about why I was so interested in this legislation. I'm sure it mirrors an experience many of us have had recently on the campaign trail, and it definitely was top of mind when some stakeholders approached me with this idea. But out knocking on doors, talking to 7,000 or 8,000 of my friends and neighbors in North Lincoln, and then talking to different stakeholders with business before this legislature that represent divergent interests across the state, geographically, politically, what have you. Every conversation kept coming back to workforce. What can we do to address our workforce challenges in Nebraska? And then figuring out, once we identified that North Star, what were the solutions attendant thereto? Childcare, housing, infrastructure, job training, healthcare. Those were the issues that kept bubbling up in regards to solving our workforce challenges in Nebraska. So that being said, I knew that there had been some really good and important work that had happened in recent years to increase access to affordable housing across the state, some with stimulus funds, some with other pots of revenue available. And these were issues that I had worked on a fair amount in my past service, particularly in relation to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So these are issues that are critically important to my district in North Lincoln, critically important to our community here in Lincoln. And in preparing for this legislative session, I started to touch base with some stakeholders in the philanthropic community in Lincoln, in the business community in Lincoln, to understand what they really needed in order to have better policies in place to ensure that these dollars that different programs have identified can go to their best and highest purpose. So really, and I don't pretend to be an expert when it comes to housing policy, but I am an enthusiastic student and always trying to learn more about these issues. So what I think this measure does is it provides the committee with some ideas and one option perhaps in regards to the many options that you have before you to address our workforce and related housing needs in Nebraska. So what LB 462 does is really two key pieces. It's a very short bill, but it really kind of tackles housing on two fronts. So it makes changes to the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Act that was established in LB 866 just about 2 years ago, back in 2020. The purpose of the act was to supply matching grants to nonprofit development organizations that administer housing investment funds. Those funds were awarded for investment in Nebraska's older urban and higher minority neighborhoods of Douglas, Lancaster, and Sarpy County. So what this measure does is it provides some flexibility in regards to the match component, and then it changes kind of the thresholds of eligibility to recognize inflation and increasing real property costs in communities like Lincoln, for example, to better utilize the fund's intended purposes to expand access to affordable housing for some folks that are really in that middle kind of socioeconomic contingent. So that was how the bill was presented to me. I thought it was important to interject into the mix this year. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'd also be happy to turn it over to experts in the home building industry that I know will follow, and hopefully we'll have some other folks. I did run into the director of the Lincoln Community Foundation, who had planned to testify and support this afternoon. His schedule unfortunately prevented him from sticking around, so he said he will send a supportive email. You should find in your email inbox later today or tomorrow. So thank you so much to the committee for your time, attention, and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee?
There's very bright lights here.
Seeing none, thank you.
Yes, is that your doing, Chair?
What? The lights?
Yes.
No.
Okay, very good. All right. Okay, thank you
All
so
right,
much.
no problem. Are there proponents?
My name's Ward F. Hoppe, W-A-R-D F H-O-P-P-E. I live at 1600 Stony Hill Road, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm in the affordable housing business. We build workforce and affordable housing across the state. I was a strong proponent and actually asked Senator Conrad to introduce this bill. And actually this bill, obviously I wasn't the only one that recognized the problems with the Middle Income Workforce Act, because Senator McKinney, you yourself introduced a bill, LB 629, which overlaps and actually does a little more to tune up, if you will, the middle income workforce housing program in the state of Nebraska and to make it more workable. Quite simply, LB 462 for the most part says, hey, we have to increase the definition of what housing is for the program, because by golly, builders can't build houses for the amount of money that's set forth in the program. And it's a definitional issue. In the Workforce Act, and I strongly suggest that the Middle Income Act and the Rural Workforce Act be operated and defined parallel, so that the rural, when we're building out in the rural communities, we got the same rules that we do using the programs. that we do in the metro area. Middle income is metro only. It can be used all over Lincoln. It can only be used in qualified census tracts in Omaha. But the problem is in the middle income, the definition requires that the value of the land be included in the price, programmatic price of the housing. In Lincoln, it is almost impossible to find dirt, to find a lot that's less than about $75,000-$85,000 at the minimum end. So what you've got, if you've got a limit, which the bill provides a limit, middle income has a limit of $275,000 for the completed price value of the house, including a lot. All right, well, we'll back that down. When that gives you, if you got a $75,000 lot, you have to build a house that is $200,000 or less. Well, that may seem like a lot, $200,000, but not today at the cost of housing. As a matter of fact, I took a look at two different projects we have. One in Grand Island, where we are building houses. The sticks and bricks cost, including profit for us, and you aren't going to get any built if somebody isn't going to make a profit. We're building a 2-bed, 2-bath house, 1,170 square feet. That's not very much. And we have to have it on the street at $223,000 to give us a margin, and that covers all our costs, all the line items that we put in to the pricing of a house when we build it and sell it. $223,000, no lot. Well, if that's rural, so actually that fits under the rural workforce housing numbers, because those numbers are $330,000 for just the construction of the house, value of the house, not a lot. So it works out there. But take that same house to Lincoln and it doesn't work if you put it on a lot. In short, we need to change the definitions and we need to align the Workforce Housing Act so that it meets the rural acts and gets numbers that builders can build to so that we can use the program. I'd answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Are there other proponents? Proponents? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak in the neutral? Seeing none, Senator Conrad will come up. She's waving closing. For the record, there was three proponents, 0 opponents, and 1 neutral. Thank you. Then we'll wait for Senator Kavanaugh.
Pardon?
I think they're.
I had to wait for the elevator. The joys of the tower. Good afternoon. This is my first time in Urban Affairs. Good afternoon, Chairman McKinney. Also my first time saying that. And members of the Urban Affairs Committee. My name is Michaela Kavanaugh, MACHAELA-CAVA-NAUGH, and I represent District 6, West Central Omaha in Douglas County. I'm here today to introduce LB 746. When implemented correctly, tax increment financing, or better known as TIF, can be an incredible tool used by communities to redevelop aging areas and foster substantial growth. However, when implemented poorly and without oversight, projects can call for TIF amounts that are exorbitantly high without the consent or input of the public. LB 746 installs an accountability measure that needs to be taken when TIF is being used in massive projects. To be clear, this bill does not limit if or when TIF or tax increment financing can be used for projects. It simply creates an accountability measure that will require projects where the total amount of ad valorem taxes estimated to be generated exceeds $20 million be voted on by the people. A prime example of where legislation could be utilized is Omaha's downtown streetcar project. This project was initially projected to cost around $300 million and be financed heavily through tax increment financing. The initial $300 million estimate has only risen and will likely continue to rise as construction draws closer. I'm not here to support or oppose this specific project, but I firmly believe that the people of the city of Omaha have the right to voice their opinion on such enormous projects through a vote of the people. LB 746 would implement that change. This change is not just beneficial for a place like Omaha, but would allow people in communities throughout Nebraska to express their support or opposition for these large-scale projects. According to the TIF report 2021 by the Nebraska Department of Revenue, the amount of projects utilizing tax increment financing doubled from 2011 to 2021, and the amount of TIF excess taxes levied has doubled as well. With this massive rise in the use of TIF, we need to make sure the large projects utilizing this financing are consented to by their residents. Again, LB 746 does not discourage the use of tax increment financing. It simply allows people to vote on the largest projects that will directly affect them. I'm happy to work with the committee should they see a need for any amendments to LB 746, and I ask for your support to advance it out of committee and onto general file. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I got a few. So I'm looking at online comments, and one comment in opposition says why you should just allow the city council to be the ultimate approval authority. What do you think of that?
Well, I think that that's currently the mechanism that there is. But when we're talking about these enormous projects, I think giving the city council the flexibility to decide on projects under $20 million, and $20 million is not a hard and fast, correct amount. I think that we could discuss what the correct cap is for that authority. But when we're talking about these massive infrastructure projects, we're not getting the input of the people in the city that these are going to be impacting when we just give away our authority to the city council. So my intention here is to allow flexibility so that the city council can make those decisions on smaller scale projects, but when they're really large scale projects that are going to change the landscape of the community, I think a vote of the people is warranted.
Okay. What do you say when in their argument, they're also saying that there will be unintended consequences like more cost and delays of projects because of elections or votes?
A project of these large scales should be thoughtful, purposeful, diligent, and if they know that they have to go to a vote of the people, then that timeline should be taken into account. And part of this is so that we aren't rushing through massive projects that haven't been thought out. I think that we've seen in the news lots of stories around specifically the streetcar, and it is fraught with a lot of divisiveness. And some of that could have been stymied if there had been more long-term planning and not trying to rush it through so quickly.
Okay. And last question. Currently, with TIF projects, they're required to have 3 public hearings. 1 public hearing at the planning board and 2 with city council. Mm-hmm. And arguing that that's enough. What do you think of that?
When are those public, what time of day do those happen?
What is it? City council's 2?
2 o'clock
I
on a
think-
Tuesday?
Yeah.
I don't know when the planning board even meets. I don't think that that's adequate to give the public input on these kind of projects, especially when we're talking about projects that are going to impact funding for public education and funding for other resources like our water, MUD, public power, all of those things that are taken off the tax levies or paused as a result of the TIF projects, saying that you have to take off work in the middle of a Tuesday so that you can come voice your opinion in a public forum isn't exactly feasible for most people in the community. So while I think it's important to have public forums and public opportunities, when we're talking about a project this massive, that's not going to be enough for people to be able to weigh in, but a vote of the people allows everyone the opportunity to exercise their voice.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions from the committee? No? Thanks.
No hard questions? No.
Are there any proponents? Proponents? Are there any opponents?
Thank you, Senator McKinney. My name is Christy Abraham, Christy Abraham, here representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities, and very respectfully raising some concerns about this bill. I certainly appreciate that there's been a lot of attention paid to the way that Omaha uses TIF and the streetcar project. We're just here to give you a little broader perspective that there may be other municipalities out there who may have a project over 20 million. I'm not saying that happens a lot. I don't know that it does. Lincoln is a municipality that could have a project that reaches that level. Senator McKinney, I don't know what letter you were reading from, but it was like they had taken my testimony and put it in a letter. So I apologize about some redundancy. I was actually going to say there's 4 opportunities for the public to come in and discuss their concerns about TIF. There was a bill several years ago that really did a revamping of the TIF statutes. And part of that effort under Senator Wayne was to create as much transparency as possible. So I would say there's 4 public hearings. So when you do the substandard and blighted designation, which is really your first step to doing a TIF project, you have 1 hearing before the Planning Commission, and then you have 1 hearing before the City Council or Village Board. The next step is approving the redevelopment plan itself. Again, you have a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission and a public hearing before the City Council. So we also have provisions in the TIF laws that say we have to send reports out to various political subdivisions to make sure that they know what's happening with TIF. So we do think the transparency has been increased a great deal. And we just also want to reflect the concerns that having an election does create uncertainty. It does create extra costs. And so we have those concerns. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here, Ms. Abraham. I appreciate your testimony, and it actually made me really think about this. So the election creates uncertainty. So are you saying that when somebody applies for TIF, it's an absolute certainty they're going to get it?
No, I would never. And I think you've heard testimony earlier today on Senator Blood's bill that the city has a lot of discretion to determine whether they think this is going to be a good TIF project. Is this a good partner? Is this a reliable redeveloper? Does this fit within our plan? There are lots of reasons why a city could decide, to approve a TIF plan or not. It's not always a done deal, but it's always a very transparent and public deal because there is so many public hearings based into the process.
So if there's already uncertainty in the process, why is making the final arbiter the voters a problem?
I think that, and I'm not trying to be coy, Senator Kavanaugh. It's just, it takes a while to run an election. It would probably be a delay of at least a couple of months. It does cost money to hold an election. So if, say, for example, you take a city of the first class. I know we're all thinking about Omaha, but let's take a city like Grand Island. Holding an election for a TIF, that's going to be some money for Grand Island to have an election. So it's cost and the uncertainty. I mean, if the voters say no, then I guess that project just doesn't go through.
Did I misread? Did they have to hold a special election, or did they just hold it on the next election?
Yeah. Let me read that to make sure. As I understand it, it could be primary, general, or special. And because of, in Nebraska, we typically have pretty harsh winters. Builders want to start, in the spring if they can to get started. So you could have a special election, but it would still take several weeks, to get that organized.
But for projects, I mean, when you have a project that's going to be of substance like this, and I'm thinking, I know you want to get away from Omaha, but unfortunately that's where I'm from. The streetcar, Crossroads Mall, Midtown Crossing, those were all projects that took years and years and years of planning and to get the financing and those things together. Crossroads Mall, I don't know. I mean, maybe somebody who's here from the city can address this later, but I remember reading about them tiffing that years ago, and I drove by it today, and it looks like they just brought up a bulldozer yesterday. And so I guess the sense of urgency doesn't seem like an issue to me for larger projects. And that may be a valid concern for those smaller projects. But unfortunately, and I hate to give credit to the other Senator Kavanaugh, it sounds like she addressed the necessity for the dynamicness of those smaller projects. And it was contemplated in this. So I guess, I don't know, I just would put that to you in the form of a question.
Certainly. And I certainly want to say, I certainly appreciate the other Senator Kavanaugh, and I appreciate her bringing this bill. And I think there is someone from Omaha who's going to testify who might be able to be in a better position to answer that question about the TIF project at Crossroads.
And I could stop, but I'll ask one more. Do you have any idea how many TIF projects there are over 20 million, like in the state as a whole? In the last, I don't know, some period of time. And is that quantifiable? Is that a knowable number?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that. I think as you listed, I think Omaha probably has the most, and they have several. It's my understanding that Lincoln is on the cusp of also having one for 20 million. So I think those are the two cities that currently right now would be impacted under this bill. Again, the bill isn't specific to metro or primary class cities. So, I mean, it is possible that a community like North Platte or Grand Island could have a project that might meet that level.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Senator.
Are there any other questions? Senator Harden?
Is it your sense that the threshold is too low, the 20 million? What if it was 40 million?
Oh, I appreciate that question. And we'd be happy to chat with this committee about negotiating that number into something larger. 20 million right now feels too low. And I think it also, I mean, we have additional concerns, obviously, in addition to the dollar number itself about, we already feel like there is a lot of public input into TIF projects, but always we are happy to negotiate with this committee and with Senator Kavanaugh on this bill.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Has the league had any conversations with other municipalities that are member groups in your organization about working to figure out some way to have more transparency around TIF? A lot of the issues I see with TIF is that the process isn't transparent to the public, which creates a lot of confusion and anger, especially in Omaha, about TIF. Have you guys had any conversations about figuring out a way to simplify the TIF process to increase transparency so the public doesn't feel in the dark or just being ran over?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Senator McKinney, and I think our member municipalities really do strive to make it as public and as transparent as we can. As I mentioned several years ago with Senator Wayne, we did negotiate what I felt was a pretty significant overhaul of the TIF statutes. And I think the concern there was to make sure that there was enough public input along the way to make sure that people had those opportunities to come forward. Now, can we work to make it better? Of course, and we were always happy to work with you to try to make it better. I just want you to know that is a process that we've been on. We've been working on it, and 4 public hearings we feel that's a significant thing to do, to have to go through 4 public hearings before a redevelopment
I guess
plan can
here's
be
a
approved.
question. So the Omaha City Council, I believe they meet at 2 p.m. What if any type of hearing on TIF was made after 6 p.m.? Something to be more convenient for the public.
Sure, I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to throw Omaha under the bus. I just want to support my other municipalities. Most other municipalities appear to meet in the evening. Like if you go to the Village of Ansley and you're having a village board meeting, they're meeting at 6 o'clock at night. So a lot of our municipalities, that's when they meet, because village board members, they work lots of other jobs during the day, and so they have their meetings at night. So I think for a lot of our municipalities, that's already true.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're right.
Questions, Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chairman McKinney, and thank you again for being here, Mr. Abrahams. I just wanted to back up a little bit and understand. So you're saying there's 4 hearings, and so I'm new to urban affairs, and so I'm relatively new to really understanding TIF. But most of my understanding comes from Omaha. We have a map of Omaha that is blighted, and then we have a map of Omaha that is, what's the other characterization? Extremely blighted. Thank you. So we have two maps in Omaha, and that map is established by the city of Omaha. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you say this, the first part of it is establishing the blighted designation. Is that where Omaha set those boundaries? And then anything within those boundaries would qualify for the second round of hearings? Or is it where every project needs to independently qualify as being blighted? I did quotes for the readers or for the transcribers there.
I appreciate that. I use hand gestures a lot too. I'm sure the transcriber gets them all. Yes.
So in Omaha, is it really 2 hearings, or do they have to go through that first round of hearings?
And again, it's different for different communities. So for example, some municipalities, I think the most common example is they're going to declare their downtown substandard and blighted. So to make that declaration of being substandard and blighted, there are 2 public hearings, one in front of the Planning Commission and one in front of the City Council or Village Board. That's the first step. After that is declared substandard and blighted, that's when a redeveloper can say, gosh, I would really love to build a Dollar General in your downtown. And so they come up with a redevelopment plan to allow that to happen. That plan then needs to go through again and have the public hearing in front of the Planning Commission and the City Council or Village Board. Now, there are some municipalities that don't do large areas of substandard and blighted. They do it more project by project. If they have someone come to them and say, I would love to build a Dollar General in the downtown, can we get a substandard and blighted study to see if I'm even eligible? And it starts that way. So different municipalities do it different ways, Senator.
Okay, but so as far as generally, so something like the streetcar in Omaha, that area has already been declared substandard and blighted, and I think a good portion of it has been declared extremely blighted already. So that project would not have to go back through the first 2 hearings, it would only have to go through the subsequent 2 hearings.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Again, I believe someone from Omaha is here. They're going to be much better versed than I am.
I just like to torture the first person.
No, I appreciate that. And did you see us doing rock, paper, scissors again? And here I am. Yeah, I'm not good at that game.
I have started to notice a lot of people when there's like 3 or 4 testifiers, they will all walk really slowly.
Yeah.
And before to see who ends up in the hot seat first.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Okay. And so a project comes to in Omaha or anywhere after they establish the territorial boundaries of substandard and blighted, then they come for second 2 hearings.
Yes.
Okay. I was misunderstanding that. I was shocked to hear that there were 4 hearings because my perception of Omaha is we have a map and then they just come and ask for the map in the project area.
I appreciate that. The designations themselves have already gone through the 2 public hearings.
And to become substandard blighted, there are objective standards which must be met.
Yes, that is absolutely true. Substandard and blighted are both defined in the Community Development Act.
And it has to be within the whole territorial area that is, or within some kind of geographic proximity. I guess my question is, can you draw a map that's bigger to make an area that doesn't qualify?
I don't, that's a good question. Let me start with what I think I know, and then we can move backwards. There is in the community development law standards by which there can only be a certain percentage of your municipality that's declared substandard and blighted. Villages, you can actually declare 100% of the corporate boundaries of a village to be substandard and blighted. The larger the municipality, the lesser that percentage is that you can declare substandard and blighted. We have actually run into some communities like Fremont who experience those severe floods. That 35% that they were allowed to declare substandard blighted wasn't enough. Like they had so many more areas that met that definition. They were actually struggling to, about that cap. So there is a cap on how much you can declare substandard and blighted. But it's my understanding when they look at the area, the whole area as a whole has to meet that definition.
Okay, well, that's helpful, but I guess my question is there a boundary? I mean, we have, from my perspective, most of Omaha east of, say, 42nd Street is declared substandard and blighted, and then some portions that go further west of that. So it's a pretty substantial portion of Omaha. But intermixed within portions that I think would be objectively defined as such, there are portions that would be objectively hard to define as such. And so I guess my question is, do we catch up the areas that do not meet the definition by drawing a circle around them that includes areas that do meet the definition?
I see. So that as a whole, it meets the definition, but you might have census tracts within that block that doesn't meet the definition of substandard and blighted. And if it's okay, Senator Kavanaugh, let me make sure I know that answer before I answer it.
Okay.
That seems like an important thing, and I want to make sure I get it right. So let me get back to you if that's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just using this opportunity to learn things that I
No, and there are brilliant people coming behind me, so don't give up.
I will stop.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other opponents?
Good afternoon, Chairman McKinney and members of the Urban Affairs Committee. My name is Jacqueline Morrison, spelled JACQUELYN MORRISON. Currently, I am a Deputy Chief of Staff for Economic Development for Mayor Stothard at the City of Omaha. I'm here today to speak in opposition to LB 746. The City of Omaha goals for TIF include job creation in high-need areas, job creation through new business development, job creation through retention or expansion of existing businesses, investment in areas to eliminate blight or substandard conditions, and mixed use or industrial projects linked to workforce housing support. To be eligible for TIF under a project must be located in a CRA, meaning the city has determined that either the unemployment in the designated area is at least 120% of the state national average, the average age of the residential or commercial units in the area is at least 40 years old. More than half of the platted or subdivided property in an area is unimproved land that has been within the city for 40 years and has remained unimproved. The per capita income of the area is lower than the average per capita income for the city or village, and the area has either stable or decreasing population based on the last two decennial censuses. Currently, any project submitted for TIF within the city of Omaha is first evaluated by our planning department. Once satisfied that the application meets the requirements of the program, the application is then submitted for approval by the city's TIF committee. If approved by the TIF committee, the recommendation is then presented to the planning board for hearing and recommendation. After the planning board, the TIF redevelopment project plan is submitted to our city council to be voted on and approved. If that proceeds, then a city TIF redevelopment agreement will then be submitted to city council to be approved. So internally at the city, any TIF application must go through at least 4 rounds of review, including 3 public hearings to ensure that any TIF project meets our TIF goals and criteria and is advancing the objectives of the program. The city opposes the proposed legislation for several reasons. First, the enactment of this legislation would unfairly disadvantage the oldest areas of Omaha, where unemployment rates are the highest and housing needs are the greatest. If you currently look at the map, which I provided, you can see our designated CRAs, which Senator Kavanaugh was asking about. There you will see that over 90% of our CRAs in Omaha are located east of 72nd Street. By utilizing TIF in these areas, the city is able to work with developers to improve older road layouts, aging infrastructure, and add more commercial space for jobs and also housing. The implementation of this legislation would additionally add additional costs to either the city or the developer to put this measure on the ballot. While the legislation does not indicate who'd be responsible for that cost, I have assumed for today that that would be the developer. The city of Omaha applies a but-for analysis in all of our TIF decisions. Projects are only approved if they are operating within a margin and would not otherwise be profitable without the use of TIF. Paying for a ballot initiative would be costly for a developer, both in the expense required to educate voters about the initiative, but also in delays caused by the project. The passage of this bill could discourage development and further exacerbate the differences in the amount of development throughout our city. To further illustrate this point, I have provided you with 2 documents. If you will see on the document that has page 17 in the right-hand corner, this is from our 2020 Building and Development Summary that the City of Omaha publishes. You'll see Zone A, B, and C are what are considered our central city zones, and then the area outside of that is to the west. Looking at those numbers both for commercial, well, the first one is 17 is residential, and the other, number 36, is commercial. And I printed these out pretty quickly, but you will see development in what we consider our central city zones are definitely less than development to the that are in the present development zones and future exurban zones. Another concern is that the majority of the blighted areas in our city are located in areas served by Omaha Public Schools. After TIF periods are up, approximately 54% of those taxes generated would go to OPS. Requiring a vote of all of Omaha could create uncertainty for developers and no longer incentivize developers to invest in CRAs located in the OPS school district. As stated earlier, any TIF project in the city of Omaha must be approved. Oh, I'm at red. I'll stop and answer any questions.
All right, did you have any last comments?
Yes, my last comment was, since 2018, there's been one building that amount exceeded $20 million. However, there were 2 projects where the TIF request exceeded $20 million. And if you have questions, I can talk about those.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh?
Mike, Senator Logan.
Well, okay, because you're going to ask 15. You did not get to the page 36, I don't believe. Did you go over that?
Sure. So, and again, this isn't specific to TIF. This is just some general information about Omaha. But this shows the final platted acres. So when people are looking at development and come in to get plats for lands, you can see where the platting is occurring in Omaha. So if you look in the year 2021, the dark blue or gray is the central city. So that's 42nd in the east, anything pretty much that is east of I-680. The major part of the land that's being platted at this time is outside of that area. And so we are looking for ways to encourage development and find ways to continue to see growth in our, what we call our urban core. And TIF is one of those tools that we're able to use to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Capito?
Thank you, Chairman McKinney. Ms. Morrison, pleasure to see you. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand. So you said there were 3 projects, one
So-
building and one project. Is that what it was?
So it's kind of hard to use the right, I don't want to say wording, but I'll give you, so one is Crossroads. So that I asked for the amount, I believe it's $74.9 million for Crossroads. I could have inverted those numbers, but I believe it's 74.9. The next one is the Mutual of Omaha Tower downtown. And then the third project or area was the Millwork Commons District. I don't have the exact number. But the reason why, when you look at Millwork and you also look at Crossroads, that didn't come in as, let's say they're planning to do 10 buildings on those properties. They brought it in kind of as a entire project. But if each of the buildings had come in individually, they would have each been less than 20 million. So a lot of times when we get a application, it'll be for an apartment complex or it'll be for a building and it's only one. But Crossroads and I believe Millwork came in as a package.
So like Exarban did it, they did all the individual properties. Thanks for that clarification. So you mentioned about the increasing the tax revenue. That's kind of the, I guess, altruistic idea of allowing for this. Is this something that's recorded in this TIF report that the other Senator Kavanaugh referenced, or is there some way, are we quantifying, how much we're taking off the books for the 15 or 20 years, and then how much we're getting? And is anybody doing that kind of analysis to figure out if we're actually getting a return on this investment?
I would say that's part of the initial TIF application. So when we get the initial TIF applications, one of the things that the part of it is the developer has to prepare for us, one, what they believe the assessment will be after the 15 or 20-year period. And I believe that some of that is coordinating with the assessor or trying to determine what that assessment would be. After, with that amount, you can then determine what the revenue or taxes would be after the TIF period is over. I'm not sure if we have a report where we've gone and done a look back, but I can find out.
It's been one of the things I've always wanted to see. I've never seen it.
Okay, I'll ask for it.
And we had another bill that came before this committee about preventing future tipping another project over and over again. But you're not here to testify on that one. But my recollection was that would be for tipping on top of whatever the original TIF was, so we'd still capture that kind of area between the delta between the original price and the new price before we TIF on top of it. So we'd still recapture that property tax, I think. I guess you're not here to answer that question. I'm just thinking out loud. Unfortunate for you.
If we think about, if I think I hear you correctly, we're still looking at increment, right? And so I don't believe that the city, it wouldn't be our practice to go back and re-TIF a project that we had just done. But so if, let's say a project came in year 1, it was worth 0, and in year 20, it was worth $20, or the taxes were 20, then if someone wanted to re-TIF that, they'd have to grow from the 20 to the 30. And so the only thing that'd be eligible was the 10. Now, I'm not saying that that's our practice, but we're still only looking at the increment. They wouldn't be able to go back from the beginning.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. So in terms of the map you got here, I was looking at it and I'm trying to figured out this one out west, that, if memory serves, that is the TD Ameritrade office park. Does that sound right?
You would know probably more than I, but I will tell you, I drew a little blue line with my great word skills to show you 72nd Street. And so if you're wondering what that line is, that's 72nd.
No, I appreciate it. That gives you frame of reference. You got Dodge and 680. So I guess this is my question is, most everything's over here and, you know, I can't nitpick about any of that, but when you get out to, what is it, West Roads Mall, 120th and Dodge, what's it called? First National has an office park there. There's a bunch of car dealerships, hotels, things. And then you have right in smack in the middle of that is something that's been TIF'd. And my recollection is that the thing that's in there is an office tower that for TD Ameritrade. So I guess my question goes back to what I was asking Ms. Abraham is it possible that we are drawing the circle a little bit bigger to allow us to get TIF for a project that otherwise wouldn't qualify?
I don't believe that that is occurring. I want to, if I could go back to one of the questions you asked earlier. So these are our current community redevelopment areas. A developer can come to the city and request, before they start their TIF application or as part of it, that another area in the city be designated. So our designations generally start with the developer. And so when they come in with that project, then we will consider which area are they looking at and what are the parameters. So for instance, there's a small section. So even though if you look at east of 72nd Street, there's a small section over by Carter Lake where we're looking at for the Airport Business Park that is not a community redevelopment area, despite the fact that it would probably qualify. So for that to happen, a developer would come to the city and ask for us to look at it. We could initiate it on our own, but typically our process is to wait. So we'll wait for a developer. And so in that area, likely what would have happened is the developer would have come to the city. We would have looked at the unemployment in the areas there. I do think, and I am not certain this is what you're asking, I think that they look at adjacent parcels. And so it's possible that you can look at what's already a community redevelopment area. And when you add that parcel, how it would change the numbers, but I'd have to get you more information.
So for, in that instance, that goes through the 4 steps you're talking about? Or, because you just kind of listed off 4 different steps, then they weren't exactly the same as Ms. Abraham's 4 steps.
Yes. So for the, I pulled this up just so that I could have it for you. So for the community redevelopment area, the developer first comes in, requests through our planning department that it be designated. Then there's a required meeting with the neighborhood and for the neighborhood to weigh in. And also then they come back to the planning department. That's taken to the TIF committee. At the recommendation of the TIF committee, it then goes to the planning board and then goes to city council for approval of the designated area. That's just for the CRA designation. If there was a TIF application, then you can then start the TIF application after your designation.
And so there were 4 steps to the TIF application because there's the TIF committee, the planning board.
Yes, so the TIF, so that TIF application first comes in through our planning department staff reviews it, lets the developer know if there's any issues or concerns with the application. Once they have brought the information back, the TIF committee will meet. At that TIF committee meeting, the developer comes in, presents the proposal. The TIF committee takes a vote and decides whether or not to recommend that this project move forward. If it is recommended that it goes forward, that project then goes before the planning board. The planning board then makes a decision of whether to have a recommendation that it go to the city council. The city council then votes on the plan. After the plan is approved, we typically at the city will work on a development agreement, and then that final development agreement goes back to city council for approval.
And so if this bill were to pass, this would put itself in between the city council the first time and the development agreement, probably?
I don't know that answer. I'd have to go back and look at the bill. I think there's some.
I don't think it specifies. I'm just trying to. Well, I don't want to stop, but I can. I know you guys are all so interested in my questioning. So I'll stop. I can.
Sure. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? I have a couple. Well, the first, has the city considered, or is the city open to moving all TIF hearings to after 5:30 or 6 p.m. to accommodate the public?
By TIF hearings, the hearings that are part of the city council or the
Yeah.
hearings part of,
Hearings that pertain to TIF-related projects.
I don't know that we have considered it. That would be a question for the city council because it's part of their hearings. I know that we may have some, by we, I mean, where I work, we may be able to look at the planning when it goes to the planning department and also the planning board. But I think the city council sets their hearings.
Okay. Has the city, all of the madness that has happened around the library, Mutual of Omaha, the streetcar, and even prior to that, has the city considered figuring out a better process to educate the public on TIF and trying to be, I know people from the city would say we've probably been transparent, but the public doesn't feel that way. So has the city had discussions about trying to figure out a way to make it all work in a lot better and alleviate a lot of confusion and those type of things?
I'd say some of it is lessons learned and some of it is opportunities. I know, for instance, all of our procedures as it relates to TIF are on our website. So that's open. All of the hearings through city council are recorded. And so anyone can go back and watch those if they're not able to be there at 1 or at 2 o'clock. Same with, currently we are working on some presentations and kind of the education component of the streetcar, making sure that that's been well explained and everybody understands it. And so we're working on it and there have been opportunities, but I think there's always room for growth.
Yeah, because some of the comments I hear from the public is that, yeah, we could go comment during city council meetings and talk about whether we're for or against things, but it seems to not matter, especially when seems to be more of opposition to things like the streetcar or the library, but the public comes out in masses, but still nothing changes and it just gets ran through and the public just continues to be upset because of that.
I think that, again, everything the city does, I believe is transparent. However, that doesn't mean it's educational. And so some opportunities are, meeting with your city council or city council members, reaching out before a vote or people reaching out to their city council or even to our office to get information. I know that when we get requests through the mayor's hotline and things like that, we do email people back and let them know what's going on. And so we're open to suggestions for more opportunity.
All right, thank you. Senator Kavanaugh.
Give me enough time, I'll think of more questions. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Morrison. So the TIF committee you mentioned, do you happen to know who is on that? Who that's made up of?
I do, but I'm gonna just pull it up just to make sure I don't, make sure I quote you correctly. So the TIF committee will consist of the following 9 members: the planning director, the finance director, the public works director, the city attorney, the planning economic development manager, the city engineer, an additional representative from our finance department, and 2 designated representatives from the mayor's office. Currently, those representatives from the mayor's office are myself and Steve Jensen.
And so that sounds like it's a technical review committee then.
I would have to know your definition of technical review.
You're not deciding the value of the project, you're just deciding whether it checks the boxes of being eligible as a project.
I would disagree. I would say we do. If you consider it value of the project. We look at things such as the but-for test, looking at what the returns would be with TIF and without TIF. We're looking at, are there safety improvements that need to be made, such as, infrastructure improvements, where are the funds going? We're looking at, there have been times when a developer might say, we believe this assessment is going to come back at this, and the committee might say, the finance person might say, that seems a little bit high. We'd be comfortable with this particular assessment based on other things. So it's technical, but I think that we look at a lot of different factors.
And does anybody that sits on that sit on the planning board?
I believe, well, I don't believe our planning director is on the planning board, but our planning department is very, I wouldn't say influential, but they run the planning board meetings and things like that. So there's, I'd say, some overlap, but not necessarily individuals.
And do you happen to know whether any projects have been denied? Or if how many?
Not since I've been on the board or on the committee, but I can find out and see. I do know that there have definitely, since I've been there, had projects laid over. And we said, I think just to give you an example, there was a project that came through not too long ago that assumed that TIF would be X. However, based on prior bond commitments of the city, that TIF, part of that TIF would have to go to pay off a certain amount of bond debt. And so we had to tell that developer, you have to come back with a different financing plan in order for this to be able to work. Things like that do cause them to get laid over, for projects to change, or sometimes projects could get withdrawn based on that.
So just to clarify, none have been rejected
Since
you've been there, but some have been given constructive criticism that has allowed them to either withdraw or modify their project so it would qualify?
I would say that.
Well, you can say it any way you want.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other opponents?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman McKinney and members of the committee. I am Vita Jeffrey, VETA JEFFERY, President and CEO of the Greater Omaha Chamber. I'm appearing before you today to offer the Chamber's opposition to LB 746. I'm also testifying today on behalf of the Nebraska Chamber and the Lincoln Chamber as well. Redevelopment projects that utilize tax increment financing have proven vital in our efforts to revitalize areas of Omaha that have seen neglect over the years. It's especially important as a redevelopment tool when it comes to our urban core and listening to the conversations that have already taken place. The numbers are clear. Completed projects bring economic progress to neighborhoods central to the investment in terms of jobs, economic development, housing, and amenities that improve the quality of life for all those included in these areas. This proposal in LB 746 would hinder that successful use of TIF and our goals of additional investment in the urban core. I've seen the effects of such policies firsthand. I've mentioned to some that I came to Omaha from St. Louis, and in my experience in other cities as well, when we continue to add restrictions on the development, that sends a message to developers that we don't want you here. And that makes it difficult and cumbersome and time consuming to where they end up believing that they're better off taking their development somewhere else. Oftentimes, they will go and develop their projects in adjacent cities or in other parts of town with less restrictive rules. In Omaha, I'm concerned that this bill and other proposed changes like it risk driving the developers and redevelopment to the far edges of town. And we don't want that. Policies that push development to older suburbs rather than the urban core, where programs such as TIF were originally meant to make a difference, this would effectively leave behind the areas that need development most and the areas where we're trying to drive those the talented individuals that we are trying to attract to the Omaha area. We're also concerned that requiring a public vote on major projects such as this would result in divisiveness. It has the potential to pit one area of the city against another. It would require people in a redevelopment area to spend money on campaigns to justify the redevelopment that has been approved by elected officials already in the city in an effort to convince people in one area that they should support improvements in neighborhoods that they may not frequent. It would cost the city, the county for ballot additions, and all of that money and effort could be better spent in community engagement, creating space for the community to be a part of the outcome planning, as well as further neighborhood development. Now, this is not to say that we should focus solely on downtown. Omaha has seen a remarkable amount of redevelopment, and that is in large part because of the availability of TIF financing that has occurred across the city. There are projects in the works that are going to transform the Omaha Metro. This is everything from the mutual headquarters to the streetcar which would extend to the North 24th District, to small businesses or housing projects in Benton and Mallard. The people of Nebraska voted to approve TIF for a reason, and this is it. But finally, let's not lose focus where we should be driving our thoughts and activities with all of the progress we're seeing. This is not a time when we want to complicate the use of TIF. We hope to avoid policies that make the development of the urban core more difficult, as we are currently experiencing a great wealth of opportunity. So with that, we ask that you do not advance LB 746. Thank you for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, Ms. Jeffrey. It's a pleasure to see you. I appreciate it. So you came from St. Louis, and I assume they have a similar but not the same program in St. Louis. And I recall reading, I've read about TIF in other cities. Other cities seem to have, some of them come with more strings attached, like having a requirement of investment in affordable housing or something like that, or low-income housing.
This is true.
Has that been your experience anywhere else?
This is true. Other cities absolutely require making certain that, but that's handled prior to. So one of the things as I was listening to the discussion that took place, community engagement is a major piece. And we weren't able to move meetings to evenings, but what we did do was make certain that the community engagement piece happened early on. Some of what you're mentioning also was handled in how our developers partnered for development projects. And so once they got to TIF stage, all of that was worked out.
And if I could just clarify, you're saying your reading of my concern is that there's an amount of certainty once somebody applies for TIF, and you're saying it's because they've already done the groundwork.
So I don't want to read into what you're saying.
Oh, no, I'm just putting it out there for you.
No.
That's my concern generally is that
I don't want to read into what you're saying. I hope I'm answering your question the way that I'm hearing it. So maybe I should say, ask it again so I can make sure I'm answering what you're asking.
I'd have to go backwards to remember which one. I believe it or not, I've asked a lot of questions. Okay. I think that the purpose of this bill, at least my read of it, is that there's a move towards large projects, and by the time anyone knows about them, they're a foregone conclusion. It's an absolute certainty once we hear, the general public, hears about a TIF project, it's already, the horse is out of the barn, it's gonna happen. So even if you move comments to the evenings, that you don't have a meaningful opportunity to object. And so I guess that you can respond to that, but is what you're saying that a TIF project appears so certain because of the amount of work that was done ahead, or is there some other reason why the general public, the complaints I hear about TIF is, oh, well, I heard it's in the papers, so that means it's a done deal. So I don't know if you have a comment you want to say to that, or.
So I don't think I can come into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair. No comment is
No comment.
is an answer as well. The other part, I guess, my concern is, and you can answer this, it's the map of where TIF projects are available in Omaha sometimes does not necessarily look like it reflects the things that we're talking about as the necessity that it serves. And I think that's another concern that is, I don't know, presented by this bill, but that's a concern about TIF in general. And that it, if you're putting, your point, I guess, about we don't want all the development to go out into the exurbs, which is SIDs, right? The SIDs come in here and they tell us that's our economic development mechanism is SID. TIF is the city's economic development aspect. And that you're articulating that conflict, I think, right?
Yes.
And so my question is, when we TIF 120th in Dodge, it is in competition with 24th in Pratt. And I guess my question is, are we doing a disservice to the intention of TIF by overutilizing the places where we allow it to be used? Is that a clear question?
May I restate that for you?
Yeah.
So what I believe I hear you asking is, are we doing a disservice to TIF by overusage in certain areas?
Yeah.
So I guess I would like to answer that by saying incentivizing development in areas that need it is what the focus has to be. And so if there are areas that need more development than other areas, I don't think, in my personal opinion, that you can over incentivize that, because the goal would be making certain that all of our areas get all of the development they need so that those living in those zip codes can have all the experiences and can grow equitably across. And so I hope that.
No, that's a fair answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? No, I have a few. What is the chamber's role in the streetcar?
In the streetcar?
Yeah.
So the chamber is currently involved in the development of the urban core, of which we have 11 major projects, of which the streetcar is one.
Okay. Do you have any contracts with the city of Omaha or any other contractors of the streetcar?
In what sense?
Are you?
The chamber is not engaged in any contracts.
Any contracts? Okay. Did the chamber receive any funds to promote and work on the streetcar?
No.
Okay. I guess my question, and it kind of goes back to the whole issues around the public, and Senator Kavanaugh kind of was hitting on it. What, from your experience, would you suggest to make the processes around TIF more palatable for the public? Because although we hear that, there's public hearings, we're being transparent and those type of things, the public still feel as though they're not being listened to. And these big development projects are happening. But although a good portion of the public might oppose some of these projects, that's not being heard or listened to.
Yes, sir. Chairman, I think that's a great question. I don't think I'm qualified to answer what's happening here in Omaha. I don't know enough about the city's practices or anybody's practices in terms of community engagement at what stage. So I don't know that I feel like I can answer that.
I guess I was just kind of trying to lean on your experience to see if you had any suggestions or anything that you would think would be helpful.
So community engagement is best served being proactive as much as we can get out in front of anything that's happening and query the community and give them transparent information. It always makes projects more palatable.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? No, thank you.
Thank you all.
Are there any other opponents? Is there anybody here to testify in the neutral? Senator Kavanaugh, welcome to close.
Well, thank you. I want to start off by saying that even though Senator John Kavanaugh and I carpool most days, we did not discuss this bill at all. And so I appreciate your questions today. You mentioned 2 TIF projects that are in my district. The TD Ameritrade is on 108th and Dodge, which is in my district, and Crossroads Mall is on 72nd to like 78th and Cass to Dodge, which is also in my district and my neighborhood. Hence Senator Kavanaugh driving past it this morning after he picked me up. And we did discuss that there was finally some movement, a bulldozer or something was in there after several months of nothing happening in that particular spot. I want to speak to some of the initial concerns on the election piece of this. It was not my intention that any sort of a special election have to be held, much like when we have bond votes for like school buildings, like we've had in Omaha, quite a few bond things. They're just on the next election, whether it's a primary, a general election, or a special election. So there's no intention of requiring a special election to be held. Of course, if they wanted to have a special election, they could. This does allow for that. So I just wanted to add clarification on that. We do have elections, specifically in the city of Omaha. Our mayoral city elections are off cycle. So our next, not this year, Lincoln has theirs this year. 2 years from now will be the next city election. 1 year from now will be the next statewide primary and then general election. And so there's basically 1 year in a 4-year period in which the city of Omaha specifically does not have an election. And it is the election, the odd numbered year after a gubernatorial election. So that's the 1 year out of a 4-year period in which the city of Omaha would not have an election. The opposite would be for the city of Lincoln. It would be the odd number year after a presidential election. So to that end, these massive projects, I would hope, would have long-term planning and that they could accommodate having an election once a year that they could put this on the ballot for, and also anticipate that if it's this massive of a project, that there is 1 year in a 4-year period in which there would not be an election. Should they choose, they could host a special election for that. Chairman McKinney, you asked at the beginning, and I think you asked throughout, some questions about the public notice and the public hearing. And I think what we've heard today is that there are mechanisms for public input. There are mechanisms for people to be aware of what's going on. But we are talking about blighted and extremely blighted neighborhoods, areas for redevelopment. And the mechanisms primarily rely on technology. The TIF information is available on a website. The hearings are available to see online. the public comments are in the middle of the day. None of this is conducive to a population that has little to no access to broadband or Wi-Fi, little to no access to transportation, can't take off work in the middle of the day. The system currently is designed to minimize the voice of the low-income areas of our urban core that we are supposed to be developing. That's one problem with our process. The second problem is that these aren't being developed in the low-income urban core of our cities. To Senator John Kavanaugh's point, there does appear to be some fudging of the lines so that we are including areas that get us to what we need the numbers to be to qualify, while also extending it far enough that we can develop in areas like 108th and Dodge or 72nd and Dodge. And when I looked at the map of the 72nd and Dodge area that is blighted, my house is blighted. I knew that because I've lived there for 9 years. And I remember when all of that happened and my house was blighted. And I was like, well, this doesn't feel blighted, but okay, I guess it is. But it was so that they could do a TIF project. And it's not about the merits of the project itself. It's about, are we honoring the intention of TIF? And are we honoring the people? These are the people's tax dollars. And these massive projects we are at least within the city of Omaha, and Senator Lowe and Senator Hunt, this is like the 4th or 5th bill that the two of you have been on this journey with me, because I had some in government around all of this. It's all of this for me came out of how it was handled, that we eliminated the downtown library in Omaha, moved it to I don't even know where, sold the property, gave it to a corporation, TIF'd it, and now we not only did we TIF the downtown library, which why did we not just renovate our downtown library decades ago, but we've TIF'd it for a corporation with very little public oversight input, and then we've additionally TIF'd for a streetcar. None of that can be undone. This bill doesn't impact that, but it does show bad governance, in my opinion, and it shows poor judgment. And the TIF committee, as far as I can tell, the planning committee, as far as I can tell, are appointed by the mayor. And yes, the mayor is an elected position, but those positions are not elected. And this is massive amounts of money that they are approving and putting in front of the city council under the auspice of some sort of process, some sort of public process that is transparent and engages the public, when in reality, it does not do those things. So what I'm asking for in this piece of legislation is that we give the public the opportunity to have a say in how our taxpayer dollars are being spent, utilized, what the city that they live in, that they call home, what that urban core is going to actually look like and how it's going to serve the people. I am completely open to reconsidering what the amount is. 20 million just seemed like a large enough amount that there aren't a lot of projects that are over $20 million. If it needs to be more, if it needs to be 50 million, I think that that's something worth talking about. But this is a pattern of behavior of poor judgment within the city of Omaha specifically. And that is why I have brought the series of bills that Senator Lowe and Senator Hunt have had the great joy of sitting through numerous hearings on. But that's what's brought me here today. I appreciate the interest, the conversation. I think that TIF is a wonderful tool to be utilized for economic development in our state, but I do believe that it has been abused by the city of Omaha, and I would like to find a path forward to strengthen it. Take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? No? Oh.
He'll just ask them on the ride home.
I guess I have one. I know you said you're open to some things, and I don't know if we could put it in a bill, but I do think city council meetings, especially those pertaining to TIF, should be at a time where people aren't at work.
I think that you can put that into legislation. I think that you can legislate that there have to be opportunities and options, varying times of day, varying days of the week for public forums to be held. You shouldn't have to. Common sense should prevail that these are things that should be done, that there should be, when you're doing something with a public library, you should hold a public forum at that public library on perhaps a time that it is very highly trafficked, like a Saturday. Like, common sense shouldn't have to be legislated, but sometimes it has to be legislated.
All right, thank you. Senator Kavanaugh.
I mean, you guys goad me into it. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh.
I'm happy to goad you into it.
First off, Lincoln has an election on the off year as well.
This off year, but not the same as Omaha.
The same year as the Omaha election, they also have.
Wow, they've got lots of elections.
Yeah, they do. And two, I'm pretty sure that we mandated in the tax postcard meetings had to be in the evening. So I think we've done that before.
Oh, the infamous tax postcard.
Tax postcards. But my question is about the idea. I mean, so we heard that there's maybe 3-4 projects that have ever reached this level. And so if you raise the dollar amount, it becomes even maybe nobody or 1 or 2 reach this level going forward. At that point, does it just become symbolic, or is there a like?
I'm happy to lower the dollar amount as well.
Well, so that my second question then is we've heard that the point of TIF is to make marginal projects become profitable. So by putting in this hurdle, obviously you create transparency and input, but do you ultimately create a burden and a cost that then takes marginal projects from profitable back down to marginal and no longer valuable project? Don't we run that risk?
That's an excellent question, which is part of the reason that I didn't want to have it at a lower number because marginal projects that are $1 million project that you get maybe 500,000 for TIF that are going to make a huge economic, like the smaller projects that are happening through TIF can really make an economic impact in the communities and the neighborhoods that they're happening in. These larger projects are not happening in those communities. This project is technically in North Omaha, but it's in the southern border and it's really downtown Omaha. And so to say that that's a blighted area when we have convention centers and a College World Series stadium and multiple luxury hotels, and to say that that's a blighted area is disingenuous to me.
So then I guess my question, and I kind of asked this of other folks, is isn't the solution then a tightening up of how we define those boundaries and making it?
I believe that's something that, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Wayne has worked on over the years. And I think that there is some legislation this year from other senators on that. I'm happy to explore all avenues on how to make the utilization of TIF utilize it for the intended purpose and make sure that it is being appropriately utilized without diminishing the voice of the public. So this might not be the right answer to answer your question. I'm not sure if this is the right answer. I think this is one option. And I wanted to make sure that this was an option, especially the Urban Affairs Committee, as these are coming to you. I wanted to make sure you had all options available to you. If you decide to create a package out of this committee around TIF, I wanted you to be able to have the public hearings on various options. And if the committee thinks that this is one that can help to make TIF stronger and better utilized, then here you are.
I'll ask one more question.
He'll ask a lot more in the car.
No, we have no more. Okay, so would you consider an amendment that would say, leave it at 20 million, but if a project had some amount of percentage of affordable housing as part of the project, and
I would love to see that. Yes. I've always believed that any housing project, that any apartments that are built, any housing dollars with TIF should have a minimum amount that has to be affordable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator
All right.
Kavanaugh.
Senator Lowe and Senator Hunt, I think this is the last of my government oversight bills, so
And for the record, there was one proponent, 4 opponents, and 0 neutral from the online comments. And that closes the hearing on LB 746. And we'll go into exec.